A very warm good morning to all of you. I, Neha Kaushik,
And I, Hiba Khan,
welcome you all on behalf of Jamia Hamdard to the inauguration of STUTI training program on synergistic approach of alternative models in toxicological research. It is said that the 21st century is the era of science and technology. In modern times, the clean growth of a country cannot be imagined without science and technology. Different inventions of science have made our everyday life very simple and stress-free as well. On the other hand, technology has taught us the modern way of life. The economic growth of a country also depends on the growth of science and technology. According to a recent data, India has the third largest scientific workforce in the world. India is progressively developing in the field of science and technology, and in this journey of 75 years of independent India, the DST played a pivotal role in promotion of science and technology in the country. DST has taken several initiatives for the same. The Synergistic training program utilizing the scientific and technological infrastructure, STUTI scheme, is one such initiative intended for human resource development and knowledge capacity building, though training and science awareness through training and science awareness programs. Under the STUTI scheme, the Jamia Hamdard has been recommended as one of the project management unit. Jamia Hamdard has been an eminent center for research. According to NIRF, Jamia Hamdard ranks first in pharmacy. It has been accredited A grade by NAC for the third consecutive cycle. With the numerous government collaborations and programs running on campus, Hamdard commits to high quality education and research. I thus, with immense pleasure, welcomes you all to the DST STUTI training program. Spirituality and science has been the best complement to each other. So first of all, I would like to request Imam Sahab from Rabia Masjid for recitation of Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذين ينفقون في السراء والضراء والكاظمين الغيظ والعافين عن الناس. एक बड़ी आयत का छोटा सा टुकड़ा मैंने अभी आपके सामने पढ़ा है, और इस ज़मीन और आसमान के बनाने वाले ने जो बात कही है वो हम सब के लिए बड़े फ़ायदे की चीज़ है। दुनिया में कामयाबी के लिए 3 चीज़ें बताई हैं इस आयत के अंदर, वो आप सब और ख़ास तौर से बच्चे ज़रूर सुने इस बात को। उसने बेहतरीन और कामयाब इंसान के 3 राज बताए हैं इस आयत में। नंबर 1, वो खर्च करते हैं, छुपा कर भी देते हैं, सबके सामने जैसा मौका हुआ, सामने देने का हुआ तो सामने देते हैं, छुपा कर देने का मौका है तो चुपचाप खामोशी के साथ दे देते हैं। कामयाबी का एक राज। दूसरा राज, अपने गुस्से को दबा लेते हैं। गुस्से को दबा देना, अपने अंदर ही रखना गुस्से को, ये कामयाबी का दूसरा राज है। बहुत से लोग बहुत जल्दी भड़क जाते हैं, जरा सी कोई बात हुई वो अपने होश हवास सब उनके हाथ से चले गए और बहुत गुस्सा आ गया उनको, तो गुस्से में आदमी अक्सर नाकाम रहता है। और जो आदमी अपने गुस्से को दबा लेते हैं, अपने अंदर खामोशी इख्तियार कर लेते हैं, वो कामयाब रहते हैं। तो दो बातें हो गई। और तीसरी बात, वलआफीना अनिन नास, जब कोई आदमी किसी के खिलाफ कोई काम कर दे तो वो उसको माफ कर देते हैं। ये माफ कर देना बहुत बड़े दिल वाला काम है, और ये हर आदमी के बस की बात नहीं है। आप मुझे सताएं, मैं आपको माफ कर दूं, ये बहुत बड़ा काम है। मैं आपको परेशान करूं, आप माफ कर दें, ये बहुत बड़ा काम है। और ये कोई काम आसानी से कर नहीं सकता। जब दिल पे ठेस पहुंचती है, दिल पे तकलीफ पहुंचती है, तो माफ करना आसान नहीं होता। लेकिन उसमें कहा है कि माफ करना सबसे बड़ी कामयाबी है। तो 3 बातें बताई। नंबर 1, खर्च करना, मदद करना, जरूरत है तो सबके सामने दो, नहीं है तो छुपा के दो। नंबर 2, गुस्से को दबा लेना। कोई आदमी तुमको कितना इरिटेट करे, अपने आप को ठंडा रखो। कामयाबी का दूसरा राज, कामयाबी की तीसरी चीज, लोगों को माफ कर देना। यहाँ पर मुझे एक बात याद आई, मैं अपनी बात खत्म करने से पहले एक बात जिक्र कर दूं। स्वामी विवेकानंद को पढ़ रहा था मैं, अपने वक्त के बड़े जबरदस्त इंसान थे वो। उनके क्रिश्चियन दोस्त थे, उन्होंने एक दफा उनको बुलाया स्वामी जी को, और स्वामी जी की जो अपनी किताब थी, धार्मिक किताब गीता, उसको टेबल पर सबसे नीचे रखा और उसके ऊपर बहुत सारी किताबें लगा दी कि स्वामी जी का गुस्सा और उनका रिएक्शन मालूम करें, कि उनकी किताब को नीचे रख दिया और बाकी सारी किताबें, इधर उधर की किताबें ऊपर रख दी। अब जब स्वामी जी आए कमरे में, तो उनके क्रिश्चियन दोस्त ने उससे कहा कि स्वामी जी देखिए क्या है, क्या इसके बारे में क्या राय है आपकी। तो स्वामी जी ने जो बात कही वो हम सब के और खास तौर पर बच्चों को सुनने के लायक है। स्वामी जी ने जवाब दिया, द फाउंडेशन इज रियली गुड। एक गुस्सा दिलाने वाली चीज को उन्होंने क्या से क्या बना दिया। अगर वो अपना गुस्सा एकदम, अरे मेरी किताब को तुमने नीचे रख दिया, उसकी बेइज्जती कर दी, उन्होंने बिल्कुल इस चीज को एक अलग रास्ते पर मोड़ दिया और उस आदमी को खामोश कर दिया जो उनके सामने खड़ा था। यही है दुनिया में कामयाबी का राज, जो मैंने अभी 3 बातें कुरान से जिक्र की, यही हम सब का आज का थीम होना चाहिए और यही दुनिया में कामयाबी का राज है। बच्चे अगर इसको अपने बांध लेंगे अपने साथ, तो इंशाअल्लाह जिंदगी के हर मौके पर कामयाब होंगे।
Shukriya, Imam Sahib. Hamdard signifies sharing of pain and sorrows with one each other to ensure a holistic growth of all, signifying the very founding message of the founder and the spirit of brotherhood, presenting before you the Hamdard Tarana. I would now request Professor S. Raisuddin sir, Advisor Research and Head, Medical Elementology and Toxicology, School of Chemical and Life Sciences, for the welcome address to the August gathering.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to all the very August gathering which have assembled here. I welcome Shri S.S. Kohli for today's program from Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology. He is head of the Research and Development Division. I welcome our Registrar Sir, Shri Sayyid Saud Akhtar Sir, and my colleague and my departmental colleague, organizers of this program, Dr. Professor Sohail Parvez. So this series is going on. I saw that in the last week there was in the last month rather, there was a program for students for taking them to different departments for creating awareness. So this STUTI program is a new program launched by Department of Science and Technology. The objective of this program is, the title is STUTI, otherwise STUTI is something, Bandhana, something, but they have this full form of this program as it is written, the Synergistic Training Program utilizing the Scientific and Technological Infrastructure Program. So since independence, the government has invested a lot of money in creating the research infrastructure in country. The establishment of CSIR, which once was having 43 research institutions spread over all over country, in Delhi, Lucknow, Hyderabad, Tamil Nadu, everywhere. So you must be hearing about huge investment government did in field of science and technology. Then many DST Institute, DBT Institute, ICMR institutions supported by Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO. So everywhere we see, and Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So millions of rupees have been, I mean, I think maybe billions of rupees have been invested in research infrastructure. So that is coming out, but the quality of exposure which our scholars or rather students do not have exposure. If you go to their laboratory chemistry or physics, you will find very primitive type of equipments are being used. They might have never used spectrophotometer. They might have never used very sophisticated type of even balance on that they can weigh chemicals for making buffer or other solutions. So there is a huge gap between the school infrastructure in terms of research or in terms of experimental protocols and in the research institutions. Like if you go, they are doing 3D printing, they are doing, but even our students even do not know 3D. What is 3D printing? In Delhi itself, we have recently inaugurated the transmission electron microscopy facility, which is only second in Delhi region. So investment about maybe 5-6 crores rupees with the country to DST, Department of Science Technology. We have bought, but our students only read in this book. They even don't see picture of, and in real, what is electron microscope. Even trinocular, binocular microscopes are also very primitive type. So they cannot see that how at cellular level. So this, keeping this in mind, the government of India, through Department of Science Technology, initiated this program so that our student at least can feel, yes, in future I will go for this. I will go for science career, because they see only Bill Gates and they see only the big the people. They inspire by the Ambani, Adani, etc., etc. But very few students would like to go to scientific career, which is very fascinating career, because during their school days they see very primitive, very limited exposure to the science field. They don't have field trips. I think whole life student even don't go to any institutions which have sophisticated. Maybe next door, this their school from this Tughlakabad Air Force Station principal might have come, I think, in the gathering. So they never even might have visited what is inside this Jamia Amdar. It's a very sophisticated research facilities are there, laboratories are there, and their student even neighborhood even they don't see. So this program will definitely energize the and induce and encourage students and principals of their school and colleges to take their student at least one day to show how much good research facilities are existing around. So 13 schools have positively responded and given exposure. I think they all liked. I had feedback from students, from principal. So schools like Ravia School from Old Delhi, Dipale High School, Kalka Extension, Kalka Public School, Kerala Education Society Senior Secondary School, Dev Samaj School, Modern School, and KV, as I mentioned, Air Force Station, Tughlakabad Kendriya Vidyalaya, Red Cross, Red Roses School, Public School, New Horizon School, APJ School, Senior Secondary level, St. Gregorius Secondary School, Infant Jesus Secondary School, Secondary, Kerala Senior Secondary School, Vikaspuri, very far away from here, Kerala School. So I welcome all the principals who have come here, and with my great exploration, please enjoy your take science study. There is nothing fascinating as science is, because it's many things even we don't know, that what is inside, what is hidden inside, what is inside the cell, what is inside the brain. Still, we could not understand what is, why even this Omicron virus, still people don't know how it impacts, how it goes. So there are lots of opportunities are available. Though our students tend to go to finance or commerce career, they are just watching Sensex or this Nifty 50 going, coming down. They are more fascinating. But that is a predictable thing. Huh? Ukraine and Russia fight was there. Everybody was predicting that this Sensex and share market will go down. It went down to 2,000, 3,000 points down from the peak a few weeks earlier. So it is a predictable thing. But science is unpredictable, uncharted. So we human beings have to go to the uncharted land, the uninhabited land. That is science. So on this occasion, I welcome all the principals of the 13 schools I named. And during this program, this particular workshop which has been organized in our department is focused on the alternatives in biomedical science and toxicity. So our department has 2-3 models which are very competent models. One is zebrafish one is C. elegans, it is a nematode model, very fascinating animal. Can you believe this animal has, even all cells have been counted, 959 cells are there in this. So first time, though, the scientists who might have counted these cells, कितना खुशी हुई होगी। ये एक ऑर्गेनिज्म इसमें है जिसकी एक एक सेल के बारे में पता है। 959, I am correct, sir? So cells are there in there. This animal is so fascinating. When there is no food available, it goes in a dire stage, and that it can survive without food and for about months. And the total lifespan of this organism is only 14 days. So this fascination is there in science. And also the other model is Drosophila melanogaster, which is a fruit fly. These two models and in vitro systems. So our department is running and doing research, also teaching in the alternative models. So these two models focused on the neurological studies will be demonstrated in then. And this STUTI program is a long-term program, and this is one of the project management units. And in whole country, many other project management units are there, but in this region, in northern region, this is one of them. 13 project management units have been identified, and they will be offering training to the students, training to the research scholars, and that way I compliment Department of Science Technology for coming up this idea where our students, young minds can be exposed to the science field and they take the science. America is, because of that, John F. Kennedy once said that, yes, before Russia, I will land my man on moon. And they did. American did. So that kind of determinations are there in the science. Only, and if you see the map, only the countries which are advanced in science are economically sound. Japan, South Korea, America, even China is also coming up, and Germany, France, Sweden, Switzerland, America, England. So these countries, because of their science only, when you see the Nobel Prize, every time I will predict there will be a Japanese person from this list of Nobel Prize, Nobel laureates. So it is there all the time. There is a Japanese person, there is a Japanese laureate. So our country can also. The time should come where Arvind Khurana and Venkataraman, they don't go to America to win the Nobel Prize. They stay in India, perform high quality research, and win prize here only in India. Because C.V. Raman did this when he was in Calcutta and Chennai. He worked at two places and then he won Nobel Prize in 1930, when India was not independent. After that, nobody has won Nobel Prize in science. After independence, staying in India, working in India. So Nobel Prize won by Mother Teresa and other people, but not working in science field. So with these words, I invite and welcome all the participants, especially the principals who have spared their time. I know the pre-board exam has been scheduled for 12th and 10th class students, but still you have come. So thank you very much, and I admire your interest in this program. And I welcome all the officials from Department of Science and Technology, all deans, our teachers, head of the department, and students for this workshop as well as this continued program in this under the STUTI. So thank you very much, and please have nice day.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I will now request Saeed Saud Akhtar, sir, Registrar, Jamia Hamdard, for the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, namaskar, and a very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. S.S. Kohli Sahib, the chief guest for today's program, Professor Rasuddin, the man behind organization of this program, Professor Sohail Parvez, dignitaries of the dais, all the esteemed principals of 11 schools, those who have come here, taking their busy schedule off, all the heads of the department, faculty members, and dear students. I am standing here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who was supposed to participate in today's program, but because he is unwell, he has shown his, and he has sent his apology for not participating in this program. I am supposed to give the inaugural address. I am a man of arts, so not having much knowledge about science, फिर भी कोशिश करूंगा कि एक जिम्मेदारी जो मुझे दी गई है तो मैं उसको निभाऊं। साइंस में एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, क्योंकि साइंस आपको लीडरशिप की तरफ भी ले जाता है। Science tells you how to lead a team, because all successful scientists, whatever they have achieved in their life, it is because of the teamwork and because of the leadership they have provided. Since all the principals are here, students are here who are going to be the future leaders, तो मैं एक जो हमारे देश के महान साइंटिस्ट हुए थे, जो हमारे राष्ट्रपति भी हुए, डॉक्टर कलाम, उनकी जिंदगी के एक छोटे से अंश आप लोगों के साथ में शेयर करना चाहूंगा, जो कि उन्होंने खुद ही बताया था। वी वर नॉट नोइंग दिस थिंग कि ये क्वालिटी एक लीडर में होती है जो कि साइंस से ही रिलेटेड है। ही वाज वर्किंग इन द स्पेस एजेंसी, यू ऑल मस्ट बी अवेयर ऑफ दिस। तो वो जहाँ काम कर रहे थे स्पेस एजेंसी में, उनके चेयरमैन प्रोफेसर सतीश धवन थे। एट दैट टाइम ही वाज वर्किंग अंडर हिम एंड ही वाज अ साइंटिस्ट। तब उनको रॉकेटरी के बारे में, स्पेस में जो प्रोग्राम चल रहा था उस पर उनको काम करने के लिए दिया गया, एंड ही वाज असाइन्ड द वर्क ऑफ ए लीडर ऑफ दैट ग्रुप, जिसको वो रॉकेट डेवलप करना था स्पेस में भेजने के लिए। ही वॉज वर्किंग ऑन दैट प्रोजेक्ट विथ हिज टीम। काफी दिल लगा के काम करने वाले लोग थे, सारे लोग थे। बट जिस दिन रॉकेट लॉन्च की जो बात हुई पूरे इंडिया में, पूरे वर्ल्ड में उसकी खबर हुई कि आज ये प्रोजेक्ट जो है लॉन्च होने वाला है, सारा प्रेस एंड मीडिया वाज देयर टू कवर दैट इवेंट, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली दैट इवेंट वाज अनसक्सेसफुल। वो प्रोग्राम जो है फेलियर हो गया। सारे मीडिया वहां पर बैठे हुए थे। अब तो लोगों ने बोला कि चूंकि प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कलाम इज लीडिंग द ये, तो अब उन पर सारा ब्लेम भी आएगा। ही वॉज रेडी फॉर दैट कि ठीक है अब मैं जा रहा हूँ, प्रेस को हैंडल करूंगा, प्रेस मीट है एंड आई विल गो एंड मीट द प्रेस एंड आई एक्सेप्ट कि इट वाज फेलियर ऑफ माय टीम एंड इट वाज अ फेलियर ऑफ माइन। हियर द लीडरशिप कम्स। Professor Satish Dhawan was there, like, no, you will not go. I will go as the chairman, and I will owe the responsibility of this failure. And he went and he addressed the press, and he said कि ठीक है कुछ कमियां रह गई, फिर हम दोबारा कोशिश करेंगे और सक्सेसफुल होंगे। सभी लोगों ने ये बोला कि चलिए ये कलाम साहब की फेलियर है, लेकिन सतीश धवन साहब ने इसको अपने ऊपर में ले लिया और चलिए हो गया। नेक्स्ट जब प्रोजेक्ट फिर हुआ और काफी इसमें मेहनत करके लोगों ने काम किया, कलाम साहब वाज अगेन द लीडर ऑफ दैट ग्रुप व्हिच वाज लुकिंग आफ्टर दैट प्रोजेक्ट, एंड नेक्स्ट टाइम द प्रोजेक्ट वाज सक्सेसफुल। इट वेंट ऑफ वेरी वेल, एवरीबॉडी वाज अपलॉडिंग एंड प्रोफेसर कलाम वाज आल्सो वेरी हैप्पी। ही सेड कि मैंने जब आई टोल्ड प्रोफेसर सतीश धवन, sir, now the mission is successful, please come and address the press. Then he said, no, you go and address them. This is leadership. He took all the blame, all the responsibility for the failure, and when the success was there, he sent the person who made it success. So this is what leadership is, and I hope all the principals who are sitting here, they will be providing the same leadership to their students. If there will be any failure, if there will be any deficiency in their students, they will definitely motivate them to overcome that and achieve the success that they deserve. So my small thing, I wanted to just share it with you. Please give wings to the dream of the students to fulfill it. And आप लोग ही उनके मार्गदर्शक हैं। अगर आप उनको एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे कि जो आप ख्वाब देख रहे हैं उस ख्वाब को पूरा करने में हमारा साथ है, तो स्टूडेंट्स दे विल डेफिनेटली अचीव द टारगेट एंड अचीव द माइलस्टोन दे डिजर्व टू अचीव दैट। एंड टू द स्टूडेंट्स माय humble advice and request is always dream big, don't dream small things, always dream big and try to achieve that dream. अगर आप ख्वाब देखेंगे तो ख्वाब को पाने के लिए जो मंजिल है उसे पाने का रास्ता आपके टीचर्स हैं, आपके प्रिंसिपल्स हैं और जो दूसरे मेंटर्स हैं वो आपको प्रोवाइड करेंगे। ये STUTI प्रोग्राम उसी की एक कड़ी थी जो कि 7 दिनों तक यहाँ पर जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स 22 फरवरी से ये स्टार्ट हुआ। सबसे खुशी की बात है कि 28 को उसका कल्मिनेशन हुआ, एंड हुआ, और उस प्रोग्राम में Dr. Kohli was here along with the Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and the Secretary of the Science and Technology Department, Professor and Dr. Chandrasekhar. All these dignitaries were here. तो हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स, जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, जो हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स थे, उनका हौसला अफजाई करने के लिए, उनकी उम्मीदों को बढ़ाने के लिए। तो इन्हीं बातों से मैं अपनी बातों को खत्म करना चाहूंगा। तो मतलब ये 3 चीजें जो तीनों उर्दू में, हिंदी में और इंग्लिश में है, तो मैं आपके साथ खाली शेयर करके अपनी बातों को खत्म करूंगा। एक कहावत है, एक शेर है, तो कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो। तो ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स दे कैन डू दिस। अगर आप चाहें तो नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल इन द डिक्शनरी, और उस वर्ड को नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल को आप पॉसिबल में बदल सकते हैं। खाली आप में हिम्मत होनी चाहिए। गीता में भी एक उपदेश है, कर्मण्य धारिता वस्तु माँ फलेषु कदाचन, कर्म किए जाए फल की चिंता मत कर। तो आप अपना कर्म करते जाएं और आपको मंजिल अपने आप मिलेगी। और एक रॉबर्ट फ्रॉस्ट का भी एक बहुत फेमस पोएम है, I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. तो ये तीनों चीजें स्टूडेंट्स पर भी लागू होती है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स पर भी लागू होते हैं, जो हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स है उन पर भी लागू होती है, हम पर भी लागू होती है। तो अगर हम इन तीनों बातों को अपने जिंदगी में उतारने की कोशिश करेंगे और जो हमारे लीडर्स ने हमें रास्ता दिखाया है, if we'll try to achieve that goal, going on the path shown by them, we'll definitely achieve it. तो एक बहुत फेमस गाना था, मैं आ रहा था रेडियो में सुनने को मिला, मुझे यादें ताजा हो गई, तो मैंने सोचा आपके साथ भी शेयर कर लूं। वो है, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में मिलकर लिखेंगे हम नई कहानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी। We can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. We have the privilege of having among us our honorable chief guest, Shri S.S. Kohli, sir, who is a perfect blend of simplicity and efficiency. Sir has been associated with development for 3 decades now. Currently, he is Scientist G and head of Infrastructure Division at BST. Under the supervision and extraordinary guidance of Sir, several funding opportunities are provided to the institutes in India for development of research infrastructure and promotion of scientific activities. Programs such as FIST, FIRST, SAP, SATI, and STUTI are headed by him. I will now request Kohli sir for his words of wisdom.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thanks, Professor Doctor, and you all have enjoyed his motivational talk. It was really inspiring to listen in front of students. Professor Rasuddin, Professor Shoal Parvez, he is the person who is instrumental in bringing you all here and organizing this function. Basically, all credit goes to him. And my dear students, young people I find here, and principals of the school, and some other eminent scientists from the university. I got this opportunity to speak something what I'm supposed to speak now. But I would like to share, see, this is the young, I find the young faculty, young people, young mind here, and my talk will be revolving around opportunities for the youngsters. I will not speak any other thing, opportunities which are there with my ministry for the older people or the mid-career people. Yeah, I think now this is the position what today we are. Whenever we start our work, we should know where we stand today. And this is very important. All of you know where the India ranks in publications, impact factors, citations, human capacity building, patents, translational research. Because I've got a lot of things to share with you, I will be going a bit fast. But my request is whatever you find interesting, just note that keyword. You will get a lot of information on the website, on the internet and the DST website. The publications we are growing, number of publications is accelerated. There are various reasons for acceleration of publications, but that pace has to be kept now today. The Department of Science and Technology, where I belongs to, was initiated in 3rd May 1971. Then subsequently, we had number of other ministries and departments of science related to science. DBT was the last one which was initiated from us. Department of Electronics, Department of Alternate Energies, Ministry of I find that this was the mother institute which has given rise to number of institutes, ministries, because based on our work, wherever the specialization was there, we were creating a separate department in the country and ministry. That's only I can say about this. Now, this slide gives you the basic background of what's the research development activities DST has been handling. One is the institutional capacity building. Second one is R&D. Third one is innovation, technology development, and deployment. These are basically on our science policy, science and innovation policy. This has been categorized. Like SNT institution building, basically, we talk about first bullet is about creation of R&D infrastructure. For last so many years, we have been creating R&D infrastructure. I remember about 25 years back, we were giving under the R&D infrastructure in the core research grant. Core research grant means the individual person who is specialized, we were supporting some equipments to him. Then we created in 1920s separate R&D infrastructure department in the Ministry of Science and Technology division, basically. Objective was to find, support, create in the country capacity for those equipments which are very much required for R&D. See, this is the only instrument in the country which helps in increasing the GDP. Be careful. Directly or indirectly, R&D equipments, research helps us a lot. Second is state SNT programs. Then there was some specialized program for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, women scientists, other categories, Inspire. I will be talking at least in one slide in details about Inspire, which is more relevant to you. Maximum people who are sitting here, for school students, school teachers, and all. And then other research and development, we have been giving core research grant, EMR grant, extramural research grants. I think I should not spend more time on this. Now, whenever anyone approaches to DST for funding, what we look forward from you. You write any proposal, starting from young scientist, core research grant, emeritus scientist proposal, we look for novelty. What is your idea? What is your competence in that? What is the tools for finding the competencies, publications, patents, preliminary work done, preliminary study done, and always write a well-formulated proposal. If you write a paper, also write, there is a format for that. All of us are reading a lot of papers, but there is a format. You have to go for a well-formulated way of writing a proposal. These are the three things for getting any proposal get approved for funding or support from any department, either from Ministry of Science and Technology, DBT, or any funding agency. Even in India or abroad, these are the things, please take care of them very seriously. Then writing a proposal, I'm just talking about what is the general mistakes which we come across in my last 30 years of career with DST. Is people talk a lot. If a new person writes a proposal, maximum they're making a mistake is giving more objectives. Be specific to 2 or 3 or maximum 5 objectives. Be focused in your proposal. Don't try to do all the research in one proposal. Whatever you want to do, because time is limited, funding is limited, your infrastructure is limited. Be specific to few research points, objectives, and follow them. Try to achieve them. And whatever you are proposing, you should be aware of what is the state of the art in national, international level. And budget, be whatever real budget you want, ask for that. Don't ask less also, don't ask more also. Those proposals, sometimes a person says, this is the opportunity I've got, I will ask multiple budget, 2 times, 3 times. See, this is the committee, we have got a well formulated, well educated, well trained. See, they know, they are well experienced, basically, but I can say, they know what is the realistic budget. Sometimes people don't ask more the budget, how much they really need it. You should have the real picture what you are talking about and how much you need for it. And basically, the integrity has to be there in your data, in your proposal, in your area, which these committees are very equipped to find out. Now, this basically why this slide I put it for you is we have been creating R&D infrastructure for last 20 years under various schemes. FIST is a very important scheme which gives the infrastructure in the departmental level. Once from the school, you go to a graduation, post-graduation in any department or any specialized area, mechanical, civil engineering, medicine, postdoc in departments. We need to create a basic infrastructure equipments in department. This facility, you will find presently we have got 3,000 plus photo departments in the country. Basically, what I can say is every 500 kilometers or within 50 kilometers, you will find one of the department or one of the another facilities under first, SAF or SATI created there. This slide gives you the idea of the R&D infrastructure facility we have created. This is only one or two slides which I am just sharing with you, which randomly I have chosen. There is no priority or like that. Now, some of the facilities we have given to university also. This gives you the map of the facilities created in university. Some SAP centers. What is the SAP center? SAP centers cater to those equipment which are very regional specific, which are expensive equipment, but we want to buy one only in a region because based on the utilization and research profile. Basically, what I conclusion is there are equipments given in a departmental level, university level, regional level, and then comes is national level. We have created facilities, we call them SATI, which are in a national level facilities. Suppose there is an equipment which is costing about 30 to 40 crores or more about that. And in India, we don't have it. And our scientists, very few scientists, 5 or 6 or 10 people are going abroad and doing research. We are getting that equipment in the country, facility in the country for their research. Reason is not only for their research, new groups will come. They will get involved. They will start doing research around that equipment. Industries can come and use. Now, basically, what's the importance of this equipment is they were available for research in last 1.5 year, 2 years. We have made them open for startups, industries, and small scale industries, manufacturing industries. Reason being, these are the good facilities which at least help us in bit earning also. Earning only for their self-sustaining. They're expensive equipment facilities and they require a sustaining amount also. Funds also. This slide gives you some idea about schemes which are mainly focused for women scientists. And this scheme I would like to share more because I find here some MTech student researchers, postdocs here. Once you have completed your studies, maybe MTech, PhD, these are the schemes which are women scientist schemes, WSA, BC. A is only for basic research. B is for interaction with the society. Suppose you have got any idea, women scientists, you can interact with the society, do something for the society. And third one is IPR. Basically, there are 2 types of activities involving women scientists. One is you get trained yourself and help in writing the patents. IPR, publications. Being if you're a good writer, you can help in writing the good paper. Scientists are able to get data, but they are not able to write publications or papers in good journals. You can assist them. For 2 to 3 years, whenever these schemes are going on, a person is handling that scheme, we pay them salary which varies from 55,000 basically for postgraduates to about 80,000 for PhD who have completed their PhD. This is an INSPIRE program, which is more useful for suitable for students, because when we are talking about core research grant, EMR grant, a good proposal is submitted by a scientist. The average age of a scientist is about 35 plus, it goes to 65. Basically, that's the, we talk about the core research grant. After that, there is emeritus scientist schemes is there, and below that is young scientist scheme. Now, for giving the feeder to the other schemes, INSPIRE program was initiated a few years back. Now, just to motivate for the school children between the age group of 10 to 15, we have got an INSPIRE award. Then comes INSPIRE internship between the age group of 16 to 18. What is the criteria for selection is 1% of each board. Students are encouraged for this. Then for doing the science, not engineering here. Doing the science, we give 10,000 scholarships, 1,000 fellowships for doing the PhD. You find this tunnel gets getting narrowed down now. Basically, this is the last one which I'm talking about, the fellowships. After fellowship, this is the award given for 5 years for working in any academic institute in the country. Where the fellowship today is equal to associate professor of IIT, equivalent to IIT salary. This is the international level of our international engagements with other countries, bilateral and multilateral. This I'm just showing a slide only. This is some big projects which DST has or India has participated with other countries, major countries. This is the mid-level core research grant projects we are supporting to scientists with the mid-career. Startup grant. Startup grant is important, which I want to, this slide is for startup grant. Every university, IITs, ISHERs are giving today, even central universities are giving, if you get employed there, first time employment, you will get varying from 2 lakh rupees to 25 lakhs. Even some IITs are giving 50 lakhs. For you to start your research career, to write a good proposal for the funding agencies. DST also gives the startup grants. Industry relevant research is basically for mid-career people. You have got an idea to do a research which industry will get benefited in, involve industry also. The ITS, International Travel Sport. This scheme was in a low profile or is not working for last 2 to 3 years, reason being due to COVID protocols and all. This is a good scheme if you are doing your MTech, even BTech students are encouraged, very few, MTech PhDs and professors to present their research work papers outside the country. We are receiving in SCRB, this scheme is handled by SCRB, about 300 applications, 300 to 400 applications per month. This is a very good scheme from youngsters. They can go abroad, present their paper, listen to their peers in that area. And this platform helps them to have a joint research work activities also. International travel. High priority research for mid-career, assisting to professional body seminars and symposia. This we help to conduct seminars, symposia in the country. Like if it's in a school, you want to conduct a good seminar on a research topic, or in any academic institute, we will support from 50,000 rupees to few lakh rupees. And seminars and symposia are national, international conferences and workshops. This is a core research grant, which are, see, core research grant, EMR grant is given to individuals. Seminars are for individual support. Early Career Award, these are the different programs which are handled by SCRB, National Postdoc Fellowship, oversee 4 postdoc fellowships. This is for those who are doing exemplary good work in PhD. They can go for overseas postdoc fellowships in India, from India to abroad. We have got a bilateral collaboration with a number of countries. And postdoc is if you have done your PhD and post-graduation in engineering sciences, we encourage you to go for postdocs. This is the new scheme which was started about 4 or 5 years back. And this is the only scheme. After doing your PhD, you can get attached to any institute. Startup grant, I've spoken a bit on that. Details you can see on the website. Basically, all these schemes are to those postdocs or young scientists who have either completed their PhD or are doing PhD, and they want to stay in research only. This is a different platforms opportunities given to. This is the STAR scheme, basically, is to encourage or promote or give fellowships to those who are doing very good research in their research activities, research projects. This is specifically those who are doing outstanding work in their research. We will give them, presently we are giving them 15,000 rupees of fellowship per month in addition to their salary and other perks. And this 1 lakh rupees research grant we are talking about per year, it is flexible research grant. That is, the flexibility is important here. If you are submitting a core research grant or EMR project, you are supposed to work on those funds are given for the purpose you are asking for. Here the flexibility is there. National Postdoc Fellowship Early Career Award, this slide gives you a bit idea about that. There are a lot of opportunities after PhD or MTech to be in science. GATE qualification, NET qualification are the tools for that, for selection or evaluation or identification. Your publications, citations. Now, this is the fellowship which I want to share with you was Ramanujan Fellowship. See, you always listen or find, and even PhD students are trying to go abroad. But I will like to share with you for last 10 years, we are receiving a lot of applications who wants to come back after doing the postdoc of 2 years to 10 years. Ramanujan, similarly, there is a one from BPT, one fellowship is the Ramalinga Swami. They are very important fellowships. You can come back through this. We give you research grant per year, plus fellowship per month, which is committed for 5 years based on your performance, equivalent to assistant professor. Sorry, associate professor salary of IIT, which is presently 1,35,000 per month. This is a good scheme. After doing your PhD, after postdoc, you can avail Ramanujan or Ramalinga Swami. This is the teaching assistantship for those teachers from schools because there's not much research is given weightage in schools, but colleges and other teachers who wants to continue the research activity. You can go to any institute from IITs, ICES, submit jointly proposal with them, work along their mentorship and all. It is basically to create a new environment in those colleges where there is no opportunities. Overseas visiting fellowships is for students going abroad with the Government of India funding. This is the Prime Minister Fellowship. This was the fellowship started about 12 years back. There are 2 PM fellowship names. One is started with UGC. This was from DST SCRP. This fellowship gives you 2 fellowships at a time. One from DST, one from industry, equivalent amount. Equal to JRF1. JRF fellowship money will be coming from DST. Only thing is you have to identify those research problems which are relevant to industry. Those basic research problem, applied research problem, or translation research problem relevant to industry, this fellowship is very good for that. You will, and here fellowship amount is about 88,000 rupees while doing PhD per month. This is a very good fellowship, I think, prestigious fellowship in for continuing your PhD research. International travel support is for those PhD students, MTech students, researchers, any researcher who is going for presenting his paper outside the country, which are seminar, symposia, shared, JC Bush Fellowship. See, JC Bush Fellowship is given to those eminent scientists, which are age group is about 50 or plus, which have done good publication, good science. This is given in addition to their salary. Now, my all discussion or what I was just talking about is based on this basic thinking that what is scientific spirit as shared by C.V. Ramanji. We have to see the novelty, and whatever we do it differently. Think of differently, and what that motivation lecture we had today morning, think of something different and think big. Question is what is your limitations that you have to identify yourself, vision you have to identify yourself. Your objectives, goals has to be identified yourself. And now, in the end, I will come to today's training program under STUTI. This is the first training program we are conducting. We have identified 13 hubs under STUTI program. And each hub has been given the responsibility to conduct 25. While we were deciding with my colleagues, I was involved with my colleagues to decide this. My objectives were two. One is while doing my schooling, basically in a government school, I never got the opportunity to see what is characterization equipment. Only some few chemicals were given to us. We were doing those reactions only. That was my schooling. The objective of STUTI is first week we had it dedicated from 22nd to 28th, that we called it a science week. From 22nd February to 28th February, we dedicated all the country equipment to schools, and it was instructed to them that all equipment will be kept open for visit of school children, teachers. They can come see it. After 28th, they are open now also. You can, with the request, you can go now to the host. These facilities are created from my division only, more than 3,500 under SAS, Supers, Thati. You can go, school children can go and feel those equipment, see those equipment. And this training program is around creating the capacity building. We don't have people to work on this expensive equipment. This is the tool we are going to create them. Whosoever is attending the training, we will keep it on the website so that wherever similar equipments are available, you can be employed there. They can take your help also, equipment. This is and how this STUTI came. Now, STUTI is a small word. I was saying when we were working on these two objectives, I requested my colleagues to give the name. They are sitting there. Now, I will request Dr. Arindam to tell what is the STUTI means. What's the full form? Because I want the inputs coming from the people only who are going to use this. He has done his PhD. And he only points this terminology STUTI. I was having alternative of 4, 5. Basically, whatever infrastructure has been created in the country, we want to utilize it. Those days are gone when you will go to any lab. Maybe it is happening today also. You find some professor's name written there and some expensive equipments are there. And the key of those equipments are with the professor. We are making it transparent. Notice is there that this facility is available for any student, maybe from the university or department for outside the department on payment basis. And payment is only for consumables and contingencies, not for the equipment. Very less payment. These facilities are open for any student, they can go and use it. And then we have designed a logo also for all the facilities. Today, what I've been told, One student is there, Nikita Malhotra. She has designed that logo for DST. He's from IIT Delhi presently. Yeah. Objective of the logo design is
Okay.
yeah, good. That objective was this facility belongs to Government of India, belongs to you. With the Government of India emblem, where this is available for use of all the students without any college restriction or this thing. If any student finds the problem, talk with their vice chancellor or head of the division, or otherwise the solution is not solved, come to DST. We will definitely try to find a solution for it. But all these R&D facilities are only for researchers, for their use. And there is another request from DST, make it useful for 2 shifts or 3 shifts. That 8 to 5 hours, working from 8 to 5 is the time gone. 34 course equipment, 30 course equipment, you're using it only for 5 to 6 hours. I think our country can't afford that. Our scientists can't afford that. These are available for 24 hours for use. These are the only things, small things I wanted to share with youngsters, because you are the power, you are the force who can do something different than for us. And a lot of things are dependent upon you. Next generation, you have to take care of research. Thank you for the time.
Sir, just if you allow me, sir, in many schemes like TARE, there is a restriction that teachers can go to only central universities. Jamia Ahmedabad is also, you see, is a very prominent in time. So some student applied, some teacher applied from a college, but his application was rejected that you are not opting for central university. And seeing the facilities and infrastructure, you are which are supported by PARS or STUTI and other program. I think Jamia Ahmedabad should also be treated at part of the central universities, which you are treating, you are providing us support and everything. But in certain program, they say that only the central, a teacher can go in TARE program only to the central university. So ISCO, I think we can review at your level that since you are supporting Jamia Ahmedabad and all other activities, so such kind of sometimes barriers are there, which I think should be at least. Teacher was from pharmacy. He wanted to come Jamia Ahmedabad, but his application was rejected. Though it is not a proper forum to just speak, but maybe they will be happy if we can take such initiatives.
Professor, so I agree with you that the criteria should be some NIRF ranking or some college or some standard neutral ranking. But we see this activity was started 3-4 years back. And our objective is for scientific social responsibility. Wherever we are giving money, see, there is a corporate responsibility, social responsibility like that we have pointed from 4 years back, 3 years back. Scientific social responsibility. The money which DST is giving, the funds the government is giving from taxpayers amount, and they are improving their biodata, we expect to pay back to society. And today we are targeting those people who have been given very adequate funding support under individual capacity, departmental capacity, or institute capacity. That are IITs, ISHERs, central universities. Now, slowly, we will come down based on the experience working with them. If any scheme which is launched by DST is not perfect, and that is the beauty of DST, which I will share with all of you. We go on changing the programs, implementing protocols, procedures every year, every time. Again, I'm going to come with a new call of proposals under different equipment, but that I will like to share with you. It will be in a new avatar. Whatever limitations comes now, we are going to import them, plug them. It will be, there are a lot of improvements. But today, I thank all of you to be here and all the principals to take a positive message out training program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the enriching insight. We at Jamia Hamdard aim for continued growth and development of every individual's life. As a token for the same, we would like to present our dignitaries with a plant and a memento as a token of our gratitude. First of all, I would like to request Honorable Registrar, sir, to present a plant and a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri S.S. Kohli, sir. Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor S. Raisuddin, sir, to present a plant and a memento to our Honorable Registrar, sir. Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor Suhil Parvez, sir, to present a plant and a memento to Professor S. Raisuddin, sir. Thank you, sir. We would also like to acknowledge the participation of all the schools in our DST STUTI sponsored school awareness program for science students of 11th and 12th standards, which was held at Jamia Hamdard from 22nd to 28th February 2022. So I would now like to request Honorable Chief Guest, Shri S.S. Kohli, sir, to present a plant and memento to the principals of all the participating schools. First, I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Ritu Mehta from APJ School, Sheikh Sarai. Can you please give a big round of applause to all the school principals? Now, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shaju Pipi from Dipalia School, Kalkaji Extension. Mr. Vijay Kumar from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Tugalkabad. Dr. Manoj Madan and his team from Dev Samaj School, Sukhdev, Bihar. Mrs. Lata Nand Kumar from Kerala Education Society, Senior Secondary School, Mayur, Bihar. Mr. Hari Kumar from Kerala School, Kelling Road. Mrs. Jayanti R. Chandran from Kerala School, Vikaspuri. Mrs. Monica Chauhan from New Horizons School, Nizamuddin. Ms. Shalini Kulshresht from Red Roses School, Saket. Mrs. Kanchan Paul from Kalka Public School. And last but not the least, Dr. Vasundhara Anand from St. Gregory's School, Dwarka.
Sir, I would just request you to 5 more minutes because some people need lessons as well as some motivation. Just 5 more minutes. So I would, so this is a token of remembrance for us for two people who are the real flag bearers of these STUTI cells. First of all, I would like to call Dr. Arindam Bhattacharya from DST. He has been working endlessly. When we were given the manifesto, mails used to come at 3 o'clock in the morning. He used to send all the mails through the entire program. 7,500 school children were trained. 750 from Jamia Hamdard, 7,500 all over India. And of course, Dr. Shubham Goel, also from Department of Science and Technology. They are the soldiers of the captain, Dr. Kohli. So, answer blessings and what I just said, few people who have really worked endlessly. And I would like to also tell the teachers what exactly the program was all about. When ma'am answers, when your students came, every time there were 50 students. And when I asked them, who among you does not want to become a doctor or an engineer, there were only 1 or 2 hands that rose up and rest were like this. At the end of the day, when they were going, I asked them the same question. They were more hands. So that's the goal of DST, and that's what it is all about. So all the research scholars were instrumental in working all those 7 days. They used to come 7 o'clock in the morning. They used to go 7 o'clock in the evening. I just would like to also appreciate their efforts through our chief guest here. I would like to call first Miss Sabha, who showed them how a Drosophila works. Actually, it looks like a mosquito. So how exactly you will do experiments on mosquito? Will you run around? No. You will collect them in a vial. And those mosquitoes, or the flies, you will be even assessing their neurobehavior. So Sabha showed them this. Then we have Miss Nisha. Nisha showed them what a C. elegans model. The whole workshop is all about that. And just imagine a model which you cannot see with naked eye. You have to work on C. elegans with a microscope. So Nisha showed them that. Pinky. Pinky was instrumental in showing them cell culture and imaging facilities. So cell culture is a very sophisticated technique, and whatever I'm talking about is all funded by DST. So really, we are very grateful. Then we have Neha. Neha showed them the Morris water maze. So a learning and memory experiment for the rats. How exactly the rats are moving around, and you can assess the memory and learning exercise with them. So Neha showed them. Then we have Mubashir. We have Shane Rahman. Shane Rahman showed all the. Shane Rahman showed them how exactly the task looks like. So just imagine, nowadays the behavioral task, we are not in the room. There is a camera and there are rats, and you assess them through that. Then we have Mumtaz. Sayyid Mumtaz, he showed them the surgical models of ischemic stroke. We also have Mubashir. Mubashir showed them the subarachnoid hemorrhage model. So all these models, these surgical models, ischemic stroke, subarachnoid hemorrhage, traumatic brain injury, these are the rodent models that have been developed in Jamia Hamdard. And most of them are due to the facilities created through DST. Then we have Shahrukh. Shahrukh was really very much instrumental in all the logistic supports of creating the facilities and all. Currently also he is doing the logistics, so he is not here. Next, I would like to call Miss Princey, the research scholar from Department of Botany, and followed by Miss Susmita. So what happened was the most popular activity for the students was the herbal garden. They must have told you. And the best, because we took all the comments, so sir, the best compliment was one boy student said, I never knew botany would be so interesting. So Princey, as well as Sushmita, thanks a lot. They were in the herbal garden all through the day. They were small batches. So all 750 students were shown the herbal garden together with the teachers. Then I would like to request the faculty members who really worked very hard, and I would like to call, first of all, Dr. Prachi Tiwari. Please give a. She was standing with me every day at 7:30 in the morning, waiting for. Then Dr. Zuhair Siddiqui. I would not have been able to conduct this without them. They were Do we have Dr. Mohammad Asif Khan from CTCR? Okay. Dr. Mohammad Ahmed Khan, again from Pharmaco4. My day started with a WhatsApp message to him at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what exactly is the schedule for today? Who exactly are placed wherever? Do we have Dr. Zishan Rashid? Yes. Zishan Rashid had the most demanding assignment. Every day he has to be ready at 6 o'clock in the morning with the bus in the campus, trying to go to the school. Do we have Dr. Salik Nurani? He was the main in charge for the herbal garden. So together with the scholars, and Mr. Salim Khan, also from Department of Botany, he came on Saturdays, and I told him, please take the Sunday off. He didn't say anything. When I came in the morning at 8 a.m., I saw him standing. Three particular labs in pharmacy that were really popular. One was the NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, led by our Dr. Shafiquzzama. Students only read about it in a book, what an instrument looks like in a whole room. So NMR also facilitated by the Department of Science and Technology for us. Then I would like to call Dr. Vibhu Prasad Panda, who has the whole fermentation lab. For 7 days, he said he will only explain. So he was standing there all through the day on Saturdays and Sundays. Dr. Saeed is not here. He has gone on a duty leave to Kashmir. Is anybody from Dr. Saeed's lab can come here and take on his behalf? My special mention to another lab technician of my department, Mr. Ramzan Ali Khan. Please give him a good round of applause. He has been working non-stop. I cannot imagine this workshop, the whole city program without him. And not only for this 1 week, the whole 1 year, this whole team will be looking after the training programs too. And last but not the least, the whole faculty organization committee was led by a chairperson, and our chairperson was Professor Dr. Akram. He himself he's a Unani practitioner, but it came as a surprise to me when he was explaining in the herbal gardens about the different herbs and Unani medicine and all of that. The logo design we mentioned about for the DST FIST program. So we also have a memento for Ms. Nikita, who is from IIT Delhi. Please come along.
She is also one of the workshop participants for us. All 33 workshop participants are sitting on my left hand corner. The last name who is not here, I would also like to just mention his name here, is Mr. Anish Cherian. He gave a lot of support for the suggestion. So, thank you all for giving this. So the last responsibility again lies with me, the vote of thanks. I would like to start my vote of thanks by remembering our founder, Janab Hakim Sahab, who is remembered for his words, मैं अकेला ही चला था जाने में मंजिल, लोग आते रहे कारवा बनता रहा और ये कारवा ही जामिया मिल्लत. Today, it houses 9,000 students. We are very much sure 2022 will help us reach the goal of 10,000 students. So I cannot thank enough our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who yesterday was not very well, not at all well, and still he was insisting to come today in the morning. And I said, no, sir, we cannot do so. Please stay at home. We will conduct the program. Every schools that were coming, we were having a kind of a scientific session in the afternoon, and he himself came in all the sessions. He facilitated, he gave the token to all the teachers who were there with the students. So I really thank our Vice Chancellor, the registrars, our finance office, the whole Jamia Hamdard team worked very hard to make this event a successful one together with the National Science Day. I would like to thank Kohli sir, his whole team and Department of Science and Technology. I am very honored to tell you there are 9 departments of Jamia Hamdard that has been funded with this program. This year, the Department of Food Technology also got it, so it makes it 9. We have got 10.25 crores under the DST per scheme. And the 6 crores cryo-TEM facility has been developed in Jamia Hamdard that was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. So it has been phenomenal step for us when we were offered this DST STUTI program, which again I would say is an honor because only 13 institutes from all over the country were identified for the STUTI program, and from Delhi, only Jamia Hamdard is one. I thank all the 33 workshop participants. We were only given a limit of 30, but we couldn't say no to 3 more, so we have 33 spanning from south in Tamil Nadu to west in Nagpur to east in Bihar and Kolkata, and we are in north and in central from Lucknow and Allahabad. So overall, we have 33 students who will be working on the training program of this alternate. So I thank all my team, all the scholars who came here. The exams are going on and so many assignments are there. You all came. I thank everybody for coming here, and especially the school principals and their representatives of agreeing for the science awareness program. The pre-boards, the boards were going on. There were corona crisis, convincing the parents within a short notice of 24 to 48 hours. I really thank each one of you for making time and for accepting our invitation. Thanks a lot. So it's again our honor to welcome you all, and we very much are hopeful that next year also DST will run this program and we will get this again next year. Thank you so much.
I request you all to please stand up for national anthem. Thank you all for your precious time and kindly join us for hygiene. All training participants are requested to immediately report at the Department of Toxicology post-tea session.
जरा रमजान रमजान इधर आना ये हमारा ये भी उसी में
चलो तो पानी की नहीं खा तो बंद कर नहीं बंद नहीं करना अभी एक लेक्चर होगा किसका होगा इसका भी ऑनलाइन तो होगा होगा चलो ऐसा करना लाइट बंद करा देना टाइम लगेगा अब आ जाइए Look at that. अरे रमना क्या कर रहा है आगे गाड़ी में बहुत गाड़ी उनका ड्राइवर होगा पुलिस का कोई हम अरे वो
रमजान भाई पांडे जी को भेज देना, सर की प्रेजेंटेशन एक बार चेक
अच्छा
Share.
अरे वैसे ही अनाउंस करते रहे कि वर्कशॉप पार्टिसिपेंट्स विल स्टे हियर।
ठीक ठीक, थैंक यू।
यहाँ का टाइम मिलेगा?
सही बोला सर।
मेरा साइन कराने गई है।
नहीं हाँ पहले आप अरे पहले सुनो मुमताज आ जाओ तुम भी। ये एक बैग में बैग भी चाहिए, एक बैग में एक दिया और दिखा दो। हाँ ये देना आप मैम आप दोनों नहीं सकते ना।
डिपार्टमेंट के ग्रुप को डालेंगे, डिपार्टमेंट वाले।
मैं पी रही हूँ।
बैच के लेवल में कोई
बैग देखो अभी जो गिनते ही है ना।
अरे एक बैग तो लेके गए हो ना। नहीं
चलेगा ना समय?
क्या हुआ?
अभी सेशन चलेगा को हाँ ठीक है
I can request you all to please come to the workshop team and complete over. थोड़ा आगे आ गया आगे आगे अभी भी जब मैं बोलता हूँ
So good afternoon, everybody, and it's really very heartening to see. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that this will be possible. So thanks a lot for making it possible, because you all made it possible for agreeing to come here for a week. And the outstation students specifically, they didn't know what Jamia Hamdard is, or आप में से कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने जामिया हमदर्द के बारे में सुना ही नहीं था, या एटलीस्ट ये नहीं पता था कि जामिया हमदर्द और जामिया मिलिया अलग अलग चीजें हैं, ठीक है? एंड व्हेन यू आर कमिंग, डिड यू गूगल अस अप? हमें विकिपीडिया और गूगल में ढूंढा था हम कहाँ हैं? ओके, आप में से कितने लोग जानते हैं व्हाट एग्जैक्टली जामिया मीन्स? यूनिवर्सिटी. सो जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया, जामिया हमदर्द, so जामिया हमदर्द इज हमदर्द यूनिवर्सिटी. डीयू और जेएनयू में भी वही समानता है कि वो दिल्ली में है, और जामिया हमदर्द और जामिया मिलिया में भी यही समानता है कि हम दोनों दिल्ली में. So today from Jamia Millia we have our first resource person, Dr. Mohammad Imtiaz. He is one of the most renowned people in his field, and the important stamp or heritage that we have is papers. He has only 350 papers in PubMed journals. He has vastly cited, and just type in PubMed Hassan MI. You will be kind of tired of only going through 1 year. 2021 में ही थक जाओगे आप, 2020 से छोड़. So how he does his magic and how you can get inspiration from him, how exactly you can utilize his expertise in your field, how exactly will alternate model and his ideology fit together, and what exactly is the motto of this workshop. So this all is combined together through him. So without wasting more time, I invite Dr. Imtiaz Hassan here.
Controller है. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Suhail Sahab, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to interact with the students from the different part of country. And it's my pleasure to giving lecture after such a long time. And this is my first lecture after post-corona first lecture with the audience. So it's my pleasure, and especially I will thank Suhail Sahab for inviting me to giving such a address these gathering from the different part of the country. So today I'm going to talk about one of the most demanding topic is the structure-based drug discovery or computational method for the drug discovery. Whether you are working in whichever area, it doesn't matter. I mean, either from the neurological research, toxicological research, whatever field you are doing, but the drug discovery is the main objective of each and every stream, whether you are working on to understand the principle of disease, or whether you are wanting to prognostic, diagnostic, and the therapeutic approaches. But in all the cases, our main approach is to discover the drug. So my today talk is based on how the computational methods have revolutionized the drug discovery process. And especially I'll talk mostly basic thing. I'm not going to talk more about our research. But at the latter part of my talk, you will find that we have developed one software, and that's name is the InstaDoc. That is useful for the docking study. And many of you heard about, I think everybody knows about docking. You heard about docking, many people knows docking, but there are two problems that I have faced. Somebody do docking, but they don't know what are the basic principle, what are the mechanism, how you can validate the docking data. So that's the problem with the biological people, and the people from the non-biology, I mean mostly computational people, they do the docking, but they don't understand the biological meaning of the docking. So that's what I try to assemble both field together to give you the biological insight as well as the computational insight. And then I will tell you that the docking is not a very big thing. It's not a rocket science. It's a very simple thing. It is not difficult than the using the MS Word and using Facebook account and all these things. It is as simple as the using any app on your mobile. And in fact, we are trying to develop an app for the docking. So now you can do the docking on your mobile as well. So before going to that, I'll give you a brief perspective about the drug discovery. And after that, we'll talk about how the drug discovery will work. So let's just start with the drug molecule. What is the drug molecule? You all know that drug molecules are used to treat a disease. But if you go to a detailed definition of the drug molecule, it is a substance that interact or bind to certain part of your body, certain target of your body, and that give their impact. So what are these part of your body? This is actually the target molecule. These are the protein molecule or DNA molecule where your molecule of interest will goes bind and they will give their impact. Either activate or induce or deactivate or reduce, whatever, but they do some, after interaction, they do have some consequential impact to the system. And this process of finding drug molecule is called the drug discovery process. So if you go through the history from since the evolution of the human being, we people are surviving you know that they are this under the trees and all these kind of places where nothing, only people can take help from the tree, either in the form of fire or in the form of the food and in the form of medicine, all the way. So from the beginning, people are using the plant extract and they to fight with the diseases, and it's a well-proven medical system. And nowadays, the Ayush, especially you can say that the Ayurveda science and the Unani medicine is totally relies on this. So these are some. Then the second evolution in the chemistry, especially in the 19th century, so many great scientists of the chemistry discovered the method to control the synthesis process, and so many drugs have emerged during the chemical synthesis. And nowadays, this is the call you can allopathic medicine system where the people have designed, synthesized the novel chemical molecules. And the third era, in fact, this is the parallel era, is the discovery of the penicillin. You all are aware with the history of penicillin discovery by the Alexander Fleming, and that's one of the greatest discovery in the 20th century. And these are the different forms. So in all these three medicine systems that especially still people are practicing, what is the common? Common is that we see the impact of the substance. Whatever substance you discovered, you synthesize, you have extracted, you try to give the patient. If you are getting good benefit, you are saying it's drug. If you are not getting good benefit, you are saying it's not a drug. It's not just selection and rejection process, and ultimately, whichever the molecule giving the best outcome, you are considered as a drug molecule. So the main concept is that because there are a lot of effort has to be done. Anybody is working the drug discovery, whatever way you are doing all three methods, you have to screen large number of compounds, and then you have to reach to the conclusion. It takes several years, and sometimes you end up with the nothing. So the new drug discovery method has emerged, and that's called the modern drug discovery system. Here, what is the different from this? This system is start from the disease, not from the treatment. The earlier system has just started from the treatment, but here it started from the disease. First, we have to understand the disease. What is the disease? What are the pathogenic mechanism? What are the molecules that are involved in the underlying mechanism of the disease? And then you have to identify the drug target. So first we have to understand the disease process. Then we have to know who and which protein or which molecule is the real culprit, real factor that is inducing this disease, and that's called the ideal drug target. And this target, there are so many criteria to get a target or to consider as a target. I'm not going in detail, but I will tell you in brief that a target molecule which is specifically and which is primarily involved in the progression of the disease. Okay. So if you go through, actually it's not visible to me, and I think I have to focus to this system. Okay. So am I audible? Yeah. So in the drug discovery process, if you go through the modern drug discovery process, it started from the identification of drug to the identification of the drug through several processes, and these processes are having every process is itself a difficult component, a component where you have to do a lot of things. So the best part is the first and foremost part is the identification of the drug target molecule, and then once you identify a drug target molecule, just like a key drug, just like a you can say the lock molecule, and the drug discovery is the main process to discover the best key for this particular target. So the target identification is a complex biological process itself. There are several processes like mostly the omics technology, genomics, proteomics, and all these technology has been used. I'm not going in detail how it could be done, but I'll give you some examples that what are the criteria to be a drug target. It's to be the best ideal drug target or the ideal drug target. The ideal drug target should be, if you talk about the pathogenic organism, it should not be encoded by the genome of host. It should be unique to the pathogens. Similarly, their overexpression or their underexpression is related to the disease. They are playing a significant role in the progression of the disease. So there are certain criteria. I will give you the example that how the drug targets for certain disease are discovered, because first of all, working in the drug discovery, your main aim is whatever protein you are working, whatever system you are working, you must identify, validate that whether my protein of interest is really a drug target or not. Because I see while interacting to students, they are taking common protein and doing research. That's useless time. It's nothing to do, because you must first know that does this protein is ideally involved in the progression of disease. Is if you are able to inhibit or activate this protein, would you be able to control the disease or not? So in this process, I'll give you one example where the drug target has been discovered, how the drug target has been identified, and especially for the interest of the graduate student, I made this slide. You know that influenza pandemic, today we are suffering, and 100 years back, the same influenza named as a Spanish flu, and that killed several million people in that time. Then another flu was emerged named as the Asian flu in 1957, then the Hong Kong flu in 1968, and so many people died. Similar to this era, I don't have to tell you that what are the impact of this pandemic, but if you go through the structure of the virus, these are the component of viral structure. You can see all the part, especially you can find the two components very important, H and N. H is the hyaluronidase and N is the neuraminidase. These two enzymes are the surface protein of this virus. So now you first understand how the pathogenesis occurs. You must understand the molecular basis of pathogenesis. Then you can only be able to design the particular type of drug. So how this virus actually infect our cells? This is the lung cells, and there in the lung cells there are several receptors, and it's mimicking almost the similar mechanism to the coronavirus. You can see if somebody read about the coronavirus mechanism, it's almost like that. So here the S protein is there. Here is the surface protein where the viral particle H protein bind to the virus receptor, and after binding to this, it can engulf inside. It enters inside the cell, and then they release their RNA, and then use the host machinery and form the new virus particle, and ultimately you can see there are several virus particles are formed. Then the neuraminidase breaks the links between the host particle and virus and ultimately release. So now you can see, after seeing this mechanism, the neuraminidase is the major component which actually, if you are able to interfere the activity of neuraminidase, what will happen? The virus particle will not release from the cell, and ultimately it won't infect other cell, and ultimately you will be able to control. And the potent inhibitor of neuraminidase was designed. That's called the nowadays marketed drug as Zamedvi. So this is the way how the drug molecule are discovered, from the identification of novel drug target to the drug molecule to the market. This is the another very good example that the pain message, how the pain message transferred in our body, and how the painkiller are designed. So you can see this is the neurons, our neurons, where the transmission occurs, and you can see that once the impulse comes here, then there is transfer of sodium and potassium occurred through this. I think even in class 12 we have read this mechanism, 3 sodium and potassium. But the main thing is that the sodium ion accumulates here, and then it could be released on the acetylcholine, and then acetylcholine, you can see influx of calcium comes here, then it releases the acetylcholine, and then it comes to the bind to the second channel, and then the pain message transfer from the one neuron to other neuron. So after seeing this mechanism, what you decide, what you can be able to convey the message that how the pain message is working. So this calcium channel is the really important. If you will be able to block the calcium channel, what will happen? The message could not transfer from one neuron to other neuron, and ultimately will be able to control the disease. And several drugs molecules are designed in the form of the painkiller. The third example is the HIV. I'm not going in detail because I will just stuck up with. So in all the process, what commonly you find that you have to first identify the drug target molecule. The first step is the discovery of the ideal drug target, and from where it comes from the studying the molecular basis of disease. Once you discover the disease, this is the simple method. Through this cartoon, I want to show you that this is the process where how the drug discovery can be done. But although it looks very simple, but it's every step is itself a complex process. And the main important part that I want to convey is that the computational method plays a significant role to expedite this process. This process is become very fast after using the computational method at each and every steps. Like you can see here that from the identification of drug target to the getting the protein structure, genomics, proteomics, and pharmaceutics. These are the computational methods. Then the most important component is the high throughput screening. I will come in detail that I'll tell you what is the high throughput screening and how it has actually revolutionized the field of drug discovery. Then the virtual screening is another parameter. Then the combinatorial chemistry, where we combine the two different types of chemical components, and then we'll be able to get the new types of impact. Then the molecular modeling, and ultimately in vitro ADMET screening. So I'll discuss all these topics in detail, but the whole lecture will be based on these different topics. Many of you are already familiar, many of you may not be familiar, but I'll tell you that the process of drug discovery becomes too easier after implying all these computational methods. And all this computational method is not much difficult. It's very easy to understand. If you are very keen to understand, then so many server softwares are freely available nowadays. You don't need to go through a high-end computer. Your laptop is enough to do it like that. So if you see the drug discovery process, it is classified into two groups. One is your protein or your target, and another is your compound that you have to discover. So there are two approaches. One is the ligand-based drug discovery. One is called target or a structure-based drug discovery. In both the cases, like in the target-based drug discovery, receptor structure should be known. Receptor structure means the target structure should be known. And you know, I hope you all know the meaning of a structure. Otherwise, you won't understand. So meaning of a structure is the three-dimensional structure of the protein. Okay. And then its mechanism of action should be known, that how this protein catalyzes, what kind of a step, what kind of event it is controlling, that must be known. And then what could be the possible ligand, that could be known. So the development of ligand with the desired properties for target having known structure and function. The other way, when your target structure is not known, you have target or you may not know what is the target, but your ligand structure is known. So these two approaches are commonly comes. But if you see the overall goal, overall aim of the drug discovery or overall aim of the structure-based drug discovery is to improve the binding affinity. Sometimes you already have the very good binder, but it is not enough to give you the desired impact. So we have to improve the binding affinity. Then the second part is to improve the synthetic accessibility. Synthetic accessibility means that your source material should be so cheap that your ultimate product should be easily made as a major product in a chemical synthesis, or it could be easy to deliver. So all these things are, desired pharmaceutical property should be there. The third is the specificity. This is the very, very important criteria for any drug molecule, and there the most of the drug lacks. It is the specificity issue, because through the computational method, we can be able to induce the specificity in the compound, because we can see how these two molecules are binding. Like the lock, while making the key, a person can see that what are the structure of the lock. Accordingly, he can design the key. Similarly, you can be able to see the structure of protein, and accordingly, you can be able to design the ligand. So that could give the specificity, because in our system, large number of proteins are there. If you inject a compound, there are chances to bind to any other molecule, but it could bind specifically to your target protein. That could be a great challenge, and in that context, the structure-based drug discovery plays a significant role. That's what the specificity is. The another important. Sorry. The third is the ADMET properties. Many pharmaceutical people know the absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity. These 5 parameters I will discuss later. But these 5 parameters, for an ideal drug, these 5 properties should be better. Otherwise, even having the very good binding affinity selectivity, it could not be acted as a drug, because it have to go through the systematic circulation and it have to perform their function. Then it has to comes out. All these phenomena. That's what we have to improve the ADMET properties. And ultimately, novelty. Your molecule should be novel. Otherwise, your effort will be unpaid. Okay. Now you come up with the 4 different conditions. For you have 2 things. One is the protein. One you have the ligand. Now the structure of ligand is known and unknown. The structure of protein is known and unknown. So in all these 4 circumstances, these circumstances, there is no possibility of the structure-based drug discovery. But the first 2 circumstances, there are high chances to use the structure-based. In one case, the ligand structure is known. In another case, in the ligand structure is not known. And these are the methods like HTS, QSAR, virtual screening. All these things parameters can be used in the different conditions. So now I'll tell you each component that we are talking, like the high throughput screening, what are the virtual screening, all these things I will come up with at least brief introduction, so you could be able to know. And these are the actually experiments. It's a kind of in silico experiment that you can do in your computer. Also, you can Google it and see what are the different software available, or what are the different server available to do the virtual screening. And there tutorial are there. You can be able to do yourself if you are interested. Okay, so what is the virtual screening? Virtual screening is simply the screening of the molecule. That, for example, that's the major breakthrough in the computational biology. For example, if you want to make a drug, what you have to do, you have to synthesize thousands of compounds, test every compound, and then you will come up with the any one compound, or you may not be able to get that compound, that it could be the possible drug, right? You just randomly select, although you can use so many rationality, so many science there, but still you have to test each compound. Means you have to synthesize each compound. You come up with the certain kind of things, ideally, not virtually. Here what we do, we took the structure of thousands of compound, 100,000s of compound, millions of compound. Computationally, we take the structure of proteins and then we filter it, that which compound is actually binding to your receptor. Or not only the binding, there are so many filters. Is it visible to you? So like the drug likeness, toxicity, bad pose, pains, and ADMET, all these property you can filter, and ultimately you will be able to screen the compound. So how it actually made your drug discovery process easier? Because it has filtered from 100,000s of compound to few compound. They are pharmaceutically, or they are having the best drug-like properties. Now, of course, you need to do the experiment to prove the efficacy of that molecule, but now you don't need to do the experiment of the 100,000 molecules. You have to do the experiments on 5 or 10 or 20 molecules. So that way, this process have your things will become very easier and much easier. So this software virtual screening, actually, the aim of this virtual screening to score, rank, or filter the set of structure using one or more computational process. It helps to decide which compounds to screen, which library you have to synthesize, and all these things. So, first instance, it helps you to exactly get which kind of compound is best for you. Okay. The second component is the Pharmaco4 modeling, or you can say the Pharmaco4 approach. So this is the actually ligand-based drug discovery system. In the ligand here, what you have to take, based on our knowledge, based on the already available literature, based on the system, what we have to know, that what kind of chemical structure is able to induce what kind of impact. Like if anybody remember the structure of this beta-lactam? Beta-lactam is a kind of a structure, or even ampicillin structure, whatever the structure you remember. This kind of chemical structure scaffold is able to induce certain kind of event. Okay. So now what you have to do, you can see here, these are the features. Actually, these are the nested thing, is kind of the Pharmaco4 feature that is able to induce that kind of valuable impact to the disease, to address the disease. So based on the computational system, you have to select, you have to build a model for the 100 or compounds and take the commonality in this kind of compound, and then you can propose what could be the best compound you have to design. So these are the approach. You can see that several structure are aligned. You can see here, just for the student, you can see 2 structures, but this ring is fusing. You can see here, this ring is in this case, this ring is fusing.
Okay, so the common structure, what are the common structure is able to induce, and then based on that you have to make a model that what kind of possible drug could be made based on the available pharmacological feature. These are the some component that I am not going to in detail, but what are the features? These features are hydrogen bond donor, hydrogen bond acceptor, hydrophobicity, hydrophilic, aromatic character, ionizable charge, ring aromatic. These are the features actually we are looking for that are possible, that are the important for the drug-like feature. And this is the way we can build the model, and ultimately we have to evaluate and get the new compound information, a kind of training set, and ultimately you can see this is the Pharmaco4 could be generated, and this Pharmaco4 feature could be used for the discovery of the new molecule. The other component is the quantitative structure activity relationship. So the basic concept is the biological activity is a fundamental function to the physicochemical properties. So based on the chemical structure, how the chemical structure related to the activity, again we have to build some model, and this model is based on the available in silico data, available experimental data, available in silico data, in vivo data, clinical trial data. All these data should be merged, and then a basic model could be made, and then model can be used to. You can see this is the process of the QSR, the selection of training set, all these things. I'm not doing detail, but I'll tell you the QSR plays a great role in the however, nowadays it's not much appreciated because things are beyond that, but sometimes it is very important, especially for the chemistry people, because the chemical structure, how chemical structure related to the function, it could be done and computationally done, and from 100,000 of set to get the best compound. The fourth part is the drug likeness. So for a molecule to be a drug, it is not necessary that it is giving you the good impact. It should be having high selectivity, less toxicity, bioavailability should be high, slow clearance, reach to the target. These are so many criteria should be must a drug molecule have. But I told you that the chemical structure of the molecule is responsible for its biological function. So what people have done based on the chemical structure analysis, several things can be predicted even on the computer. What happened? Many drugs you heard that is failed in the clinical trial. Why? Because despite having the very good biological activity, it is failed to work in the in vivo system. So that could be predicted on the computational method by you. And for that, the Lipinski rule, one of the very fundamental rule is given by Lipinski. What he have done, he has taken the 2000 chemical for drug-like drugs structure, and they found that what are the common in all these 2000 drugs. So they found that in all the drugs, there are less than 5 hydrogen bond donor, then their molecular weight should be less than 500 Dalton, their log p value should be less than 5, and then hydrogen bond acceptor should not be more than 10. So they find the common features in all the 2000 drug molecules, and that comes in the around 5. Around 5 means it is the either 5 or multiple of the 5. That's what is called the Lipinski rule of 5. So any drug could act as a drug molecule should be verified for the Lipinski rule of 5. And now you can ask me how you can do. You just Google it. You found thousands of software nowadays available to run the Lipinski filter. You can put any compound structure. You can put the smile ID is the name of the compound, or you can put the chemical structure. But whatever way, you can be able to know that whether this compound is following Lipinski rule or not. So that can be nowadays is very, very easier. Earlier days when we were in PhD, it's very difficult thing. Nowadays, so many servers are available. You can freely access all these things. The another thing is the ADMET properties that I was talking about, that absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity. When you take any drug molecule, it have to process all these 5 parameters. So these properties, solubility, for example, solubility, permeability, toxicity, that can be predicted from the chemical structure. So before going to synthesize, you must know that my compound should validate, should following the ADMET rule, and accordingly we can proceed for the next step. So now it is clear to everyone that how the computational method have revolutionized the drug discovery process. You agree with me? The another very interesting thing nowadays much appreciated is the drug repurposing. Okay, so drug repurposing is what actually using a drug for the different disease to the different disease. Like for example, remdesivir, you all are knowing. These days, everybody come up with it. It is the design for the other disease, but people find good impact in the COVID. Similarly, the hydroxyquinine and quinine. You all know, familiar with the case. It is the malarial drug, but it is utilized for the COVID treatment. So many drugs can be repurposed based on the target structures. What is the advantage of drug repurposing? For example, in the initial slide, I didn't discuss, but I tell you that if a drug has been discovered, after from discovery to market, it takes 15 years to come. Okay, because it have to proceed through the clinical trials. So, and it's a very, very expensive process. So that's what the new drug having high cost. The cost of drug is not the science. This is the clinical trial is the main cost. So what happens if a drug molecule is already marketed, already FDA approved, which means it has been already validated for all these purposes. Now, based on the chemical structure of drug, you can see that whether this compound is bind to the other molecule or not. If it is binding and it is giving you the desired activity to the other target, it means the same compound can be used to treat the other diseases. Okay, of course there are required validation are there, but what the best benefit here you are getting, now you have the structure. Based on that, you can use the structure of the other drug to get the its utilization in the other disease, but you don't need to validate all these things because it's already proven for the all the biological features, toxicity and absorption, distribution, everything already validated. That saves a lot of time, and that's what this field is much appreciated nowadays, and many new drugs are discovered. This is a success story. I think I have added these are the different drugs, and this is known for this particular disease nowadays. For example, you can see here, if I'm able to read here, and it is for the fungal infection, and nowadays it is used for the leishmaniasis. So people have studied in the leishmania, and they found that this the same structure bind to the leishmanial protein and inhibiting the leishmanial protein, and then people use. So this is the success story of the drug repurposing. Nowadays, this is one of the very emerging field. You can try. So this is the overall coverage of the drug repurposing. Now come to the receptor-based drug design. I'm coming in detail to how the structure-based drug design can work. So in the receptor-based drug design, first we should know that why structure is important. So structure is very important in terms of their function, because everything, their structure is mandatory for their function. And a structure from the three-dimensional structure of a protein, you can be able to dissect the mechanism of action. If I think anybody have read the Lipinski book, biochemistry, you might come up with that mechanism of action of Hymotrypsin. So that mechanism of action revealed by the structure, not only the biochemistry. The structure should be there. Then the origin and evolution, that how the protein evolved, and ultimately a structure-based drug design. Similarly, the chemical structure of a compound will tell you about the biological properties, chemical properties, physical properties, electronical properties, and so many other properties that we are discussing. So that's what this field is called a structure-based drug design, because we are taking the structure into the consideration. Not for the protein, everything in the world, structure is important. You can see all these animals, they are able to survive in the different ecosystem only because of their structure. So from, school time, you have been reading about the ecosystem and survival of fittest, all these things. So not it is applicable to the protein, everything. You can see the humor. Can humor be rectangular? Ideally not, it is like circular. So everything you can see anywhere, like laptop should not be spherical, it should be this. So anything, their structure is important, not only for the protein, that I will tell you. This is just an example I will show you that how our muscle protein works, because of their particular structure of actin and myosin that fits over each other, and then it will be able to give you the muscle contraction. And you can see the detailed mechanism actually how it works. You can see here, and ultimately if you go to the detailed mechanism, how the actin and myosin filaments bind to each other, and then it will be able to give you the contraction. So in this regard, I'll just tell you that the three-dimensional structure of anything is very important to understand their mechanism of action. And that's what the three-dimensional structure of protein has been explored to the drug discovery process. Now, if you go through the basic preview of the drug discovery, what it happens actually, you have to use the compound database and you have to take the receptor structure. So from the receptor compound database, either you can get the lead molecule through the QSAR, from the different database, from redesigning. so many way, like the system I did described you, Pharmaco4 Modeling, QSR, all these methods I have described you. By any means, you have to get the compound structure, ligand structure, and the other is the protein structure, and then you have to do the protein ligand complex formation, and that process is called the docking. Okay, and then you, based on that process, you have to able to select the best molecule that giving you the desired pharmaceutical impact. So the two what you come up with, one is the target lead discovery and another is the lead optimization. So lead discovery is that you are running around your objective, but actually the lead optimization map, you are going exactly hitting to a direct where you have to need to hit. And that process, computational system or the molecular docking plays a significant role, because you can be able to visualize, you can be able to see how the ligands are bind to the protein structure. This is the way I'll just give you through a cartoon diagram. I want to show you that you can see here, this is the receptor structure, and it could be mapped like what kind of hydrogen bond donor and acceptor. In general, in principle of structure biology, I'll tell you that the blue color is for the electropositive component and red color for the electronegative component. And where is no color, it means it is the hydrophobic surface. That you must remember. Okay. So based on that, it can be mapped and a systematic coordinate could be generated, and this coordinate could be searched to the different proteins, that how the different ligands, what are the ligands having this kind of coordinates, and then the coordinates could be fitted here, and ultimately you'll be able to get the molecule. This is the way actually structure-based drug discovery works. So from the beginning, I'll tell you like this, and now I will go into the complex with the other parameter is very important. Is here I tell you the charge complementarity, means the positive charge bind to the negative charge bind to the positive charge. But only it is not necessary, it is insufficient. The shape complementarity is also important, because the fitting, you need to get the maximum surface area could be covered between protein and ligand. So in that case, the shape complementarity is another important parameter, and based on that, you can see here in the fourth way, the compound will be designed in such a way that after mapping the system, that you are able to get a compound which fulfills the charge complementarity as well as the shape complementarity. And you can see here in the first instant in the drug that, like I have shown you, that the lead discovery, this is the lead discovery and this is the lead optimization. So first you have to discover that this kind of chemical structure could be fitted here, but now after analyzing this structure, what you are able to, you can see that this here we can increase on the structure, and now you are designed another compound that is giving you the best large number of interaction, both in terms of charge complementarity and the shape complementarity, and ultimately you'll be able to discover this kind of the molecule. So these are the basic thing anybody should know, whatever field you are working. What happened, what I observed in most of the time, that people who are doing the docking, they don't know all these things. They randomly docking and they are getting some output result, and they are getting to the publish. Even their supervisor don't know, because the supervisor is from the different discipline, of course. So everybody could not know that this is the actually. So what happened, that you are getting a wrong data, and then you are going to wrong, and ultimately give you the wrong outcome. That's what these are the basic concepts. It should be clear to all the students while working in the docking or any other field related to the binding of protein and ligand. Not only the drug discovery, there are so many things where you have to understand the mechanism of biology. You have to do it, but the basic concept is like that. That's what I'm giving you this slide. Now come to the docking. Okay, so what is actually docking? So docking is the prediction of optimal physical configuration and energy between the two molecules. For example, I have to hold this laser in many ways, but what is the best way to hold? That actually we have to know. And then if the best way to hold, first thing, second thing, what are the energy? Energy means how strongly we can hold. Okay, I can hold this with the different energy, I can hold this with the different energy, I can hold this with the different energy. So the basic thing is that the docking will tell you that what is the pose of the compound, what is the pose of the ligand could bind to the protein structure or their receptor, and second is what is the binding affinity. I mean how much energy it could liberate by binding. Maximum the energy will liberate, better the binder, a strong binder. Okay, so the binding between two molecules, such their orientation maximize the interaction, evaluation of the total energy, and the resultant structural changes bound. Because to accommodate this ligand molecule, there are certain structural compromise between the protein as well as the ligand molecule. So that's called the structural changes. So you can see that before binding and after binding, is there any structural changes, and if yes, then what kind of structural changes accompanied in the process of the docking. So these three things we have to work in the docking. Okay. Even you can ask question in between, I have no problem. So how the docking actually, to understand the molecular recognition, this field actually help you to understand the molecular recognition. If you go through the application of the docking, there are several applications like you can say the polypharmacology. Polypharmacology means the same compound used for the multiple diseases. Then the prediction of adverse drug reaction, drug repurposing, we already discussed. Then the ligand binding target rationalization, virtual screening. In fact, the virtual screening I was talking, there is actually the docking happens. Based on the docking, you will be able to select the best molecule, and the target fishing and profiling. So these are the certain biological implication of docking. Now, if you go to the docking, it is broadly classified into two parts. One is the protein-protein docking, one is the protein-ligand docking. So in the protein-protein docking, especially if you want to understand the mechanism of certain biological phenomena, then you have to do the protein-protein docking. And for the drug discovery process, mostly people use the protein-ligand docking, in which the protein is big and the ligand is small. In the protein-protein docking, both are the almost equal size. And of course, the protein-protein docking, different softwares are available. For protein-ligand docking, different softwares are available. Some software are used for the protein peptide docking. That's the different. So these are the different types of docking. But and the second way, the classification of the docking is based on the rigid docking, flexible docking. So what is the rigid docking? Now come to the detail that what actually in the docking happens. Like I told you that to hold this, there are some conformational changes occurs in our hand to optimize the process of binding. So what are the conformational changes occur? So protein is a flexible molecule, right? But in the docking, the simplest docking, we are taking rigid docking, where we consider that protein is a rigid molecule, and then how the ligand fits. So many software are based on the rigid docking principle. But ideally, it could not happen because protein is a very flexible molecule, and now it's a very difficult that what kind of conformation is there in the protein while binding your protein. So that's you have to consider the flexibility parameter as well. And then that other docking softwares are used. That's called the rigid receptor, or where the receptor. Then you have another 4 different, like the first time your rigid receptor is rigid, ligand is flexible, ligand is rigid, receptor is flexible. Both are flexible. But the thing is that if you go from the both rigid to the both flexible, the complexity of the reaction is increasing, and that's what the different types of detailed methods are incorporated from the simplest one is where the both the systems are the rigid to the both the systems are the complex. But most of the time, most commonly people use in the flexible docking, use protein as a flexible and ligand as a rigid molecule. We generally use this method. Now, the docking process relies on the 3 different steps. That makes very clear. One is the molecular representation, that I told you how the molecule could be fitted, what are their orientation, what are their structural orientation. Second is the scoring method, means what is the binding affinity, how much energy liberated, how strongly it could bind. And third is the searching algorithm, that it has to search infinite way to get accommodated in the hand, but which is the best way to find. So these are the 3, the whole story is actually relies on the 3 parameters. So first is the pose. Pose means that how a pose terms is widely adapted to describing the geometry of the particular complex. So you can see here, this compound is accompanied here. It can be accommodated in many ways. Like you can see here, this is the pose 1 and this is the pose 2. Okay. So which pose is correct? That how your software will give you the idea. There are in general, once you do docking, they give you the 8 different poses. Now the second parameter will go that which pose is having the best energy. Best energy means highest binding. So accordingly, we have to, now you have to select the best bind based on the energy. But still it is wrong. There you need to know the biology. Okay. So which binding to which region is important. For example, this is showing you lesser binding, I mean lesser energy than this, but biologically this binding is important. Okay, biologically, you got my point. Biology means where is the active site are located, where are the binding site are located, because in the protein itself, every component have their own function. So that's what the knowledge of biology is very important while doing the docking. Okay, and that is the most of the time I found missing in the student, because they see that this pose is good and this is the giving the best energy, you can select that pose, but it is wrong. You must know the biology and then accompany binding parameter, binding pose along with the biology, and then you can be able to select the best results. So the pose optimization is the actually what docking will do. It actually optimizes the pose. I'll show you that how this compound is optimizes their orientation in this type of active site cavity. You can see here that it can go try to search where it could fits very well, and ultimately you will find the best place where it can orient in. Even it can change the conformation, and ultimately you can see here it could bind to the best place in the best orientation. So this is the pose actually your software tries in finite ways to fit to the best pose. So this is actually a work of the software. Okay, so it can be fitted in anywhere, in any way, but what is the best fitting at best pose, that this is the work of the software. So software do their own work, but apart from that, whole story should be clear in your mind. Otherwise, it is just like a you can say blindly you are doing anything. Now the second, so you can see here this pose and this binding affinity is based on the, I told you that the complementarity. Complementarity means the oppositeness. Okay, and you can see here this is the complementarity can be explained in this way. This is the chemically in the chemical structure, and it is that just like a cartoon, it is showing the complementarity that I already discussed, that what is the shape complementarity and charge complementarity. So this is actually complementarity. You can see if the hydrogen bond donor is there, there should be a hydrogen bond acceptor, that then only can hydrogen bond could be formed. Otherwise, hydrogen bond won't form. And most of the time I found that a student don't know the meaning of hydrogen bond, what are the criteria to form the hydrogen bond, what are the bond angle is required, what are the bond distance required to form the hydrogen bond. If they are getting, okay, this thing is there, this means hydrogen bond. No. Then you have to know what is the meaning of hydrogen bond before, then you will be able to select the hydrogen bond. So this is the hydrogen bond or pi-pi interaction. All these interaction could be showing you the complementarity, and in a better way you can see this is the actual complementarity, that how these molecules are. But this complementarity is actually configured here, because you can see here that for a ligand to form the hydrogen bond donor, a hydrogen bond acceptor and donor pair should be together. Similarly, for the pi-pi interaction, for the salt bridge interaction, for the aromatic interaction, there should be a complementary mix. So that's what this field is called highly interdisciplinary field, because you need equal amount of knowledge of chemistry, equal knowledge of physics, computer science, as well as the biology. And any component is missing, you will be lost something. So this could be very well understood by chemistry people, but many of the biologists don't know. But at least basic you must read that what are the different types of bond pairs. Okay. Then this can be mimicked actually. Sorry. So this can be mimicked in your docking system, but the reality is this, that how this, and I'll tell you later that how this can help you to calculate the binding energy also. So targeting protein biochemical, before doing docking, you must study the proteins biochemistry. That whatever target you have selected, you must know that what are their structure, what are their structural feature, which feature is important for which biological process. Everything you must know in detail before going to the docking. Otherwise, it will lead to a false conclusion, false perception, and in biological research, false positive results are very common. Okay, and that's very dangerous because it will spoil your time. That's what you must first study, what are the biology of that protein and where is the binding pocket located, what is the meaning, all these things. Now to come to the second part is the docking scoring. Okay, because I'll tell you that you select your compound based on the binding pose, and the second is the binding affinity. So binding affinity calculated in many ways. Okay, and sometimes you see the docking score comes -7, -8, sometimes it comes 100 or something, sometimes it comes in thousands. So if you ask the student why it is coming, they are unable to explain, because which algorithm your software, from which software you have calculated. Okay, it is based on that. Some software calculates energy in the kilojoules, some software calculates energy in the kilocalorie per mole, some software calculate empirical score. They convert something into the empirical score and giving the value, okay, without any unit. So the knowledge must be there that what is the actually this software is calculating. And I will tell you the different algorithm are available to calculate the binding affinity. And one is based on the number of interaction and number of surface area that they are getting. That's what shape complementary and charge complementary. The other way is that how many hydrogen bonds are formed. Third criteria is that following the thermodynamics of energy, delta G equals to delta H plus minus T delta T delta S. Okay, so I'll come to, so this is the actually first is the, so it involves, scoring method involves find the useful way for represent the molecule in the properties, exploration of configuration spaces, and evaluate the rank the configuration. They could rank based on the energy, and this energy is calculated. For example, delta G bind is actually delta G of van der Waal, delta G of hydrogen bond, delta G of electrostatic, delta G of conformation, delta G of torsional, delta G of solvation. So what it could do chemically through the software, it measures that how many, what are the delta G for different types of parameter, like how many van der Waal interactions are there, how many hydrogen bonded interaction are there. So it sum up all the interaction and that ultimately give you the value in the form of a score. Okay. So the other way is the calculation in the form of protein ligand interaction. This is a very common formula, that kinetic equation. Even you read in the class 12 that the kinetics product by reactant, and that converted into the calculation of the delta G. And then you can see here the KD is different and delta G is different, but KD is the dissociation constant. So KD is that how much energy or how strongly it could bind to there, or how can easily it is dissociated from the system. That's the KD. What is good part is that there is a well configured association between the KD value and the delta G value. So if you're having the higher delta G value, don't go with the minus. Minus size is only giving you the nature of the it is the attractive forces, or it is the you can say the spontaneous process, it is the minus. So just come up with the magnitude. So higher the delta G value, higher the KD value. Even in the KD again, there is an association. So the KD and the delta G could be highly correlated. Based on that, your software can be converted into one parameter to the other parameter. And you can see in this interaction, there are so many things involved, like the solubility and solvation, then the entropic parameters, because I told you that conformational changes occur. So entropic parameter could also be considered, and based on that, you can be able to calculate the binding affinity of the molecule while fitting to the drug. Then the energy dictates the molecular association. Of course, there is involvement of energy. If energy is liberated, we can say the spontaneous process. The quantity of energy liberates, it means that's much spontaneous, much stronger, much high binding affinity. And based on that, you can be able to select the pose. You can see here, this is the where is the maximum energy. So for example, these are the different poses. You can see that this poses which is having the high amount of energy is there, that could be selected. So these are the software, like this is the DOC software, this is the MOE and Surface, this is the Flex software. They all have their different algorithm to calculate the binding interaction or calculate the score. And these are already these are published, taking the algorithm are developed based on some published paper. You can, if you are interested, you can go and read. And in fact, in the manual of the software, it is given. So my aim is to convey you that if you are, which software you are using, depending on that software, what could be your outcome, what could be your score. So don't get confused with some software is giving value in the -10, -15, and some software giving you the 150 or 130. It means this is you don't compare both the things, because what kind of algorithm the software used based on that. Then just I'll come calculation of binding energy. The another parameter is the scoring function. We can use the energy of the ligand and the energy of the complex, and this is the based on the sum of the different types of energy that's used to calculate the scoring function. And like you can see, these are the different types of interaction, how many interactions are formed there, and what are their distances, bond distance, bond angle, number of bonds, everything could be considered in the calculation of the score. Then the solvation energy, how much water molecules are involved there, bind to accommodate this system. And in fact, if you see the entropic effect, I told you that there are some structural changes accompanied while the binding, you can see there are several structural changes accompanied in a chemical structure to optimize the process. These are the very minor structural changes that could not be perceived by your eye. Your software can only give you the information about this. And ultimately, you will be able to calculate the delta G of binding by summing up of the different types of forces. I'll tell you in the different way that how the delta G is calculated. Delta G is the delta equals to delta G naught plus delta G of rotational into number of rotations are there. Then and how the rotation is actually comes from the entropy, loss of entropy. Then it gives the delta G of hydrogen bond, number of how many hydrogen bonds are there, how many ionic interactions are there, how many aromatic interactions are there, how many hydrophobic interactions are there. And ultimately, you can be able to score the final value of the delta G binder. Some physics people, some software based on the purely physics using the force field as a parameter. And the force field here, they're taking the quantum equation and considering every molecule as a particle. And based on that, they sum up the, you can see here, the quanta using high quantum mechanics information, they will be able to calculate the total number of how much energy is liberated in the, but ultimately, whatever they will calculate, give you some score, and based on that score, so whatever score you are getting, you must know from where, what is the source of the score. That must be very clear. So how much time I have? No problem. Okay. Now come to the very important thing. What are the limitation of the docking? Docking is not solution for the everything. Okay. So for the docking, there are so many limitations like the pre-processing of the protein. If you do the docking, what we do, we remove all the heteroatoms. If somebody have done docking from here, so you will remove all the atoms. Heteroatoms means non-protein atoms. But ideally, what happens in the biological system? Our protein is within the water. My protein is filled with the water molecule. So that's the problem, that we are actually not mimicking the real condition in the system. Okay, so that's the major flaw, or you can say the major limitation of the docking. Now you can ask why we have to remove the water molecule. Water molecule is a big source of the hydrogen bonds. So if you will get the hydrogen bonded interaction due to water molecule, then your energy score will be totally changed. Then you won't be able to actually estimate the how many hydrogen bonds form between the protein and the ligand. So you are getting so many false positive results. That's what we have to generally remove the water molecule and the other heterosystem. But protein in ideal condition, they having sometimes they have cofactors, some prosthetic groups, sometimes they have the different kind of structural moiety there, glycosylation, all these things are there. So that actually having the problem with the real scenario. But ultimately, at least you are getting some score to understand that which ligand is showing the best binding. So take it in that positive way, but don't 100% rely on this. That's what I told you since beginning. I'm saying, repeating that knowledge of biology is very important while doing the docking. Second is the pre-processing of the ligand tautomer, then flexibility of ligand. So what happens, the flexibility parameter, how much flexibility was induced, that are very hard to calculate from the docking. Okay, and flexibility, I told you, delta S is the entropy that you can see it is fitted to every equation. And ultimately, how much entropy are there is very hard to calculate. That's what the getting that results. Sometimes it's very difficult. That's what it is complemented by nowadays molecular dynamic simulation. And that's what the docking is always. Now, if you write paper nowadays only docking, none of the paper will be accepted unless you can to get accompanied with the MD simulation results, because there you are getting the dynamic picture. It is the static picture. It is just like the photograph, and molecular dynamics simulation like the video. You can see that how this ligand enters in the cavity, how they optimize, how they are fitted, and it is fitted there. It won't come out. Then it will give you the dynamics. I'm not going in MD simulation, other things that we are doing. Our research are mostly involved in MD simulation, but I'm not going in detail. I'll tell you only today about the docking. And one is the fuzzy scoring function. Sometimes you're getting the false positive results. So that's what you must review the structure of the docking, that whether it is really do or not. So now if you want to do the docking, if you go to most commonly people use the AutoDock Vina, and many of you have done, if you have done. So what you have to do, you have to take the protein structure and you have to assign the charges, then define the rotatable bond, rename these are the steps. Then the second part is the add essential hydrogen bond, load charges, everything you have to do for other compounds. And then you have to define the grid. The screen will comes like this, and you can see a lot of things are have to specify there. And there the most of the student get failed. Kaise karna, it is very difficult, this that. So people are afraid of the docking, but it is ideally not much difficult. So ultimately you have to decide that where this compound could be asked to bind, asked to search their conformation binding partner, and then you will be able to perform the docking. These are the certain softwares are available in the market. Some are paid, some are free, and you can, and there what are the algorithm they use, different algorithm. I was talking different types of algorithm these softwares are used. So what I found that most of the time people are thinking that docking is a big deal and it's very difficult to do because certain computational parameter computers words come and people get. So I asked my two students, he was just MSc dissertation work and he's my PhD student, both of them. He's actually programmer. So I give them, we have to design a docking software that actually very user friendly. It should be used by everyone. So they put their effort and ultimately will be able to publish one of the top journal of the bioinformatics. That's briefing in bioinformatics. Its impact factor is about 11.5, and this paper was published ultimately, and our software was released. So what is the feature of this software? This is the just a single click play. Just you have to keep protein ligand information in your folder, and once you go through the software, it comes like this. If you open this software, it will comes like this. It is very easy to download. You can download from my webpage. I will tell you where is the link to this, and then click on the start. Within 2 minutes, your docking will be complete. Your table, your docking score will be ready. Your pose will be ready. Not only this, what I found that most of the people who are not from the bioinformatics, they feel very hard to write how to write this outcome. So even it will give you the write-up also, a small write-up that what are the method, what are the this. So what actually it do? Actually, it takes the 3-dimensional compounds from the library and compound from the target, do the molecular docking, checks the binding affinity, then the binding pose, then pose selection and a specific interaction. So it is widely used for the hit selection also. You can see here, this is the experimental design, and here you can just not only for this, just tell you. So this is the way actually how it does. First you take the input file, and in the input file you get the coordinate of the protein structure and coordinate of the ligand structure. In the other software, you first convert your both protein structure and ligand structure into the PDBQT format. So this software automatically convert PDBQT format, I mean required format. Then go for the processing. It prepare your protein. It will automatically inspect. If you go for the docking, first we have to prepare your protein because there are some missing residue in the protein, something wrong. I told you that some heteroatoms are there. So it will automatically inspect the protein, build the model, and then takes the best protein structure, then perform the docking. So ultimately you will get the output file in the CSV format, and it will give you the, and not only one docking at a time. You can, for example, you want to screen, you put the one protein structure in the PDB format and hundreds of ligands structure in the SDF format. Generally, you can download protein ligand structure in the SDF format. So you can put everything in the file and just click as many as structure you have. It will automatically select automatically and give you the score in the. If it is possible in this laptop, I can show you how to do. So these are the features of this software, that a single dock execution for the automatic docking process. It is automated detection of the target receptor. It automatically detects which is target, which is receptor, which is the ligand. You don't need to define. Then receptor processing, of course. Then pre-processing of ligands. In the ligand, we have to assign the rotatable position, everything, so it automatically do. Then the receptor inspection possibility of the discrepancy allows special constraints, graphical management, and automated retrieval of the pre-processing result. It is very user-friendly software for filtering and virtual screening, exploration of filtered results, and post-docking analysis. On board visualization, you can visualize the protein structure, and then it will give you the write-up, a small write-up about the everything. Not only this, it is can be used as a stand-alone software. Apart from the docking, it can be used for the preparation. Sometimes you want only to prepare the receptor. Then you can do it from here. You can generate the configuration file, prepare the ligand, file converter. Sometimes you want to convert one file format to other file formats. For certain purposes, you go in the detail bioinformatics, there is always required. Every software detect particular format. So you must need to convert ligand or protein to the different format. So they can do, then hit identifier, VINA splitter, library splitter, for means the based on the chemical, for example, you have compounds of 100,000, then it will categorize different types of compound into the different group. And also it can inspect the PDB. PDB file is the protein structure file, 3-dimensional structure file, and it can inspect your PDB like that. What are the missing residue? What are the heteroatoms? Water molecules? Chains? Is there anything? I mean, it automatically inspect and correct your PDB file. So these kind of features in this software, ultimately people ask that what is the reliability of your software. So what we have done, we compared with all these different well-known 5 or 6 software that are available in the market, and our results are almost same to the same software. Best part is that this is the automated software, that we have introduced automation in the already available software. And these are the application, like you can use this software for the molecular docking, of course, but virtual screening that I was talking, interaction analysis, structure visualization, and PDB inspection. This is the all across the globe people are nowadays using. The paper is getting high citation from last 1 year. This paper was published in 2021, and if you can see number of users, about 30,000 users so far registered to this software, and view are 72,000 views most of the day. Every day, how many people are visiting the software? And this is the outlook. Just I'm going, and ultimately this software is available to my web page named as a STUTI. You can download from this software, and then you can use it. And at last, I am thankful to my fighters, my army, and this is, I am having a very big group, holding a big group. So, and my lab is supported by almost all the funding agency, and we have a large number of collaborators across the globe, including Sohail Sahab is also my collaborator. We published, I think so far we published a few papers. So another collaborator is Sohail Sahab himself. So this is all about this. I think if you have time, I can show you the demonstration for 5 minutes. Yeah. Net is fast. That's internet should be an issue. Connect fast.
लाइट बंद कर।
ये लाइट ओके। तो यहाँ पे जाके आप डाउनलोड करेंगे, आपसे कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन लेंगे कि so this is about 80 MB, 76 MB file. You can download it. ठीक है, स्पीड ठीक है। अब इस फोल्डर में आप जो है प्रोटीन का स्ट्रक्चर और लिगेंड का स्ट्रक्चर, हमें जो इनपुट फाइल चाहिए वो हम डालेंगे। प्रोटीन का स्ट्रक्चर हम लेंगे कहाँ से, पीडीबी से। ये वेबसाइट है जहाँ पे दुनिया में जितने भी प्रोटीन स्ट्रक्चर डिटरमिन किए जाते हैं यहाँ पे इसको डिपॉजिट किया जाता है। आपको ये प्रोटीन का आप लोग नाम बताइए रैंडमली, मैं उसी पे करूँगा। कोई बताएंगे, क्या बोलो? TRP1 ये है। चलो कोई भी मैं रैंडमली ले रहा हूँ, जस्ट आई एम टेकिंग रैंडमली। यहाँ पे जाएंगे डाउनलोड फाइल इन पीडीबी फॉर्मेट। इस फाइल को आप उसी फोल्डर में डाल देंगे। अब लिगेंड हमें चाहिए, लिगेंड हम जनरली यहाँ से लेते हैं। अच्छा, इसका मैनुअल इस पे साइट पे है, जैसे आप लोग भूल जाएं, हो सकता है बहुत सारी चीज भूल जाते हैं, अभी हमने बताया फिर आप भूल जाओ, तो इस पे मैनुअल है, यहीं पे आप डाउनलोड करके 6 या 7 स्टेप हैं, आप अपने कंप्यूटर पे कभी कोई स्टेप याद ना रहे तो यू कैन डाउनलोड फ्रॉम, रीड फ्रॉम मैनुअल। तो अब के मैं इनसे रैंडमली कोई कंपाउंड ले रहा हूँ, इवन आई डोंट नो विच कंपाउंड, बट आई एम टेकिंग फॉर एग्जांपल इस पे जाएंगे, 3 डायमेंशनल स्ट्रक्चर पे क्लिक करेंगे और यहाँ से डाउनलोड करेंगे SDF फॉर्मेट में, ठीक है। मैं 2 कंपाउंड ले रहा हूँ ताकि आपको ये पता चले कि एक में हम कई कर सकते हैं एट टाइम। यू कैन टेक 100। थ्री डी पे क्लिक होना चाहिए, कई बार बच्चे 2D पे क्लिक कर देते, ये कंफ्यूजन नहीं, 3D होना चाहिए। प्रोटीन सिलेक्शन के टाइम में एक्चुअली आपकी कौन सी प्रोटीन है, और अब एक ही प्रोटीन, फॉर एग्जांपल यू हैव 1 प्रोटीन लेकिन उसके कई स्ट्रक्चर हैं, तो जिसका रेजोल्यूशन हाई हो वो लेना चाहिए, जिसका कंप्लीट स्ट्रक्चर हो। जब आप मैनुअली इंस्पेक्ट करेंगे या स्ट्रक्चर इंस्पेक्ट करेंगे तो आपको बता दें कितने लूप हैं, मिसिंग हैं। होता है क्रिस्टलोग्राफी में एक प्रॉब्लम होती है कि कहीं बहुत सारे रेसिड्यू हम बिल्ड नहीं कर पाते हैं, क्रिस्टलोग्राफी में हमें वो नहीं मिलती है, इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी नहीं मिलती, तो वो खाली रहता है। तो वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा तो नहीं कि स्ट्रक्चर कंप्लीट तो नहीं है, मतलब इनकम्प्लीट तो नहीं है। और मेनली है रेजोल्यूशन इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अगर एक ही स्ट्रक्चर है, एक ही प्रोटीन का 2 स्ट्रक्चर है जो हाई रेजोल्यूशन पे, उसको लेना चाहिए। ऑफ कोर्स इसको लेंगे हम वाइल्ड टाइप, कई बार म्यूटेंट होते हैं तो म्यूटेंट कई बार म्यूटेंट का ही स्ट्रक्चर तो मजबूरी है, अदरवाइज म्यूटेंट भी है तो आप उसको मॉडल में जाकर बिल्ड कर सकते हैं, वो ऑप्शन होता है। चूंकि आपको लिगेंड हटाना ही है तो अगर विदाउट लिगेंड वाला स्ट्रक्चर है वो प्रिफर्ड होगा। बस इतनी इतनी चीजें हमें लेनी है। क्या मैं नहीं सुन पा रहा हूँ, आपको जोर से। हाँ, नहीं, आपकी प्रोटीन तो आपको पता होगा ना, डॉकिंग किस प्रोटीन की करोगे वो आपको पता होना चाहिए। पहले आप सेलेक्ट करोगे हमें किस प्रोटीन का, उस प्रोटीन के बहुत सारे नाम आएंगे, ठीक है। जैसे हाइलोयूरिनेडेज डालो आपने, तब हाइलोयूरिनेडेज के बहुत स्ट्रक्चर होंगे, फिर हाइलोयूरिनेडेज फ्रॉम रैट होगा, रैबिट होगा, बहुत सारे एनिमल से होगा, प्लांट से होगा। तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि हमारा हमें ह्यूमन हाइलोयूरिनेडेज पे करना है काम, तो आप ह्यूमन पहले सेलेक्ट करोगे, ठीक है। उसके बाद अब उसमें भी फॉर एग्जाम्पल ह्यूमन हाइलोयूरिनेडेज में बहुत सारे आ रहे हैं, तो उस केस में आपको ये देखना होगा कि ये जो अभी रूल हमने बताया कि रेजोल्यूशन, कंप्लीटनेस, ये सारी चीजें देखते हैं। हाँ, लिगेंड, अगर आपको लिगेंड अटैच मिलेगा और विदाउट लिगेंड मिलेगा तो पहले आप विदाउट लिगेंड वाला लेंगे। अगर आपके पास ऑप्शन नहीं है, होता क्या है बहुत सारी प्रोटीन बिना लिगेंड के क्रिस्टलाइज नहीं करती है, क्योंकि प्रोटीन फ्लेक्सिबल होती है, तो हमको लिगेंड के साथ ही डाल के क्रिस्टलाइज करना पड़ता है। कई बार एंटीबॉडी से टैग करे क्रिस्टलाइज करना पड़ता है, तो उस कंडीशन में क्या करें, आप एंटीबॉडी वाली प्रोटीन ले लें, उसके बाद मैनुअली हमारे पास ऑप्शन होता है कि हम उसको हटा देते हैं। वो हम दिखा सकते हैं, यहाँ पे भी आपको दिखा सकते हैं स्ट्रक्चर का। कई बार क्या है, फॉर एग्जांपल कि आपकी प्रोटीन बहुत बड़ी है, स्पेशली जैसे काइनेज में क्या होता है कि कई डोमेन्स होते हैं, 5-6 डोमेन होंगे, बड़ी प्रोटीन होगी, लेकिन हमारा इंटरेस्ट उस डोमेन पे है, तो हम फॉल्स पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट को मिनिमाइज करने के लिए क्या करते हैं कि बाकी कोऑर्डिनेट को डिलीट कर देते हैं, सिर्फ हम उतना सा पार्ट रखते हैं। जैसे आपको पीडीबी फाइल पढ़नी कैसे ये दिखा दे रहा हूँ मैं, थोड़ी सी यहीं पे बता दूं। ये सब चीजें सभी को आनी चाहिए, तभी आप डॉकिंग करोगे, वरना डॉकिंग करना काला अक्षर भैंस बराबर है, मैं क्लियरली बोल रहा हूँ। ये जाएंगे आप ओपन विथ, या just can I answer him, then you can. जब पीडीबी फाइल ओपन करेंगे, देख लो आप, ये इस तरह से फाइल ओपन होकर आएगी और यहाँ इंफॉर्मेशन हिडन है, इसको भी रीड करना आना चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर आपको जो है डॉकिंग का कोई फायदा नहीं है। ये इसकी बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन है, यहाँ तक हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, इसमें कुछ भी लिखा हो डजेंट मैटर। यहाँ से शुरू हुआ आपका, साइज थोड़ा छोटा करेंगे तब आपको अलाइन दिखेगा, वरना अलाइन नहीं दिखेगा। ये देखें, ये दिख रहा है, ये हर एटम का 3 डायमेंशनल कोऑर्डिनेट है, यहाँ से शुरू हो रहा है, आप इसको रीड करेंगे यहाँ से। एटम नंबर 1, इट इज टाइप नाइट्रोजन टाइप, बिलोंग्स टू थ्रियोनिन ए चेन। कई बार मल्टीपल चेन्स होती हैं प्रोटीन में, तो किस चेन का है। देन उसके बाद 1 जो होती है, ये इसकी ऑक्यूपेंसी बताता है। देन 3 जो वैल्यूज हैं 1, 2, 3, ये 3 वैल्यूज जो है ये बताती हैं एक्स और वाई और जी कोऑर्डिनेट क्या है। और ये लास्ट वाला वैल्यू जो वो टेम्परेचर फैक्टर बताता है कि प्रोटीन की फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, उस पोर्शन की, उस एटम की फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी कितनी है, ठीक है। अब हमें 100 सिर्फ 200 रेसिड्यू चाहिए, तो आप यहाँ से रीड करोगे, ये देखो, ये ए में 1 नंबर रेसिड्यू है, फिर 2 है, फिर 3 है, दिख रहा नीचे। जैसे जैसे हम जाएंगे तो जितना आपको पोर्शन रखना है डॉकिंग के लिए, तो आप क्या करें, यहाँ पे ऑप्शन होता है, आप उतने पोर्शन को सेलेक्ट कर लें, जितना पोर्शन रखना है उसको क्या करें, फिर कॉपी कर लें और नई फाइल में जाके, नहीं सॉरी, कॉपी हो नहीं, जितना पोर्शन चाहिए उतना। ये जो हेटेरो एटम्स की बात कर रहे थे हम, ये HET लिखा हुआ है ना, इसको हम डिलीट कर सकते हैं, यहाँ से मैनुअली भी डिलीट कर सकते हैं, और दूसरा होता है सॉफ्टवेयर भी कर देता है, लेकिन यहाँ से भी आप डिलीट करके सेव कर देंगे, आपका ऑटोमेटिकली डिलीट हो जाएगा। तो ये आपको बताता है कितने पोर्शन को आपको रखने हैं, ठीक है। और मैं जैसे जितना पोर्शन कॉपी करना है हमें, ये काफी लंबी फाइल होती है, असल लैपटॉप पे संभालना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है इसको। जितना पोर्शन लेना उतना को कॉपी करें और नई फाइल में जाके पेस्ट कर दें। पेस्ट करने के बाद लास्ट में एंड टाइप जरूर करना है, ये हमेशा ध्यान दें। एंड का मतलब है कि यहाँ से आपने टर्मिनेट कर दिया, अब आगे कुछ नहीं पढ़ेगा, आगे कुछ भी लिखा होगा उसको नहीं पढ़ेगा। और सेव करें इस फाइल को, जो भी नाम देना हो, जो भी नाम देना हो, लेकिन .pdb होना चाहिए एट द एंड, ये ध्यान रखें। और इसको RTF फॉर्मेट में, रिच टेक्स्ट फॉर्मेट में कोई भी नाम देके आप जो है .pdb में एक्सटेंशन डालेंगे, अब तब आप सेव करेंगे। अगली बार ये फाइल आपके काम की होगी। तो जितना पोर्शन चाहिए उतना आप ले सकते हैं। व्हाट्स योर क्वेश्चन? It won't get? No, I don't get your question. What are you asking? Yeah. It may show. That's what you have to go through that. Sometime it won't show, sometime it may show. That's what you have to cross through the clinical trial, that it should not show. Okay, so now your input file is ready, your protein file and ligand file you have to save here. इतना करने तो सबको आएगा. उसके बाद अब आप क्या करें, ये इंस्टा डॉक पे क्लिक कर दें. जब क्लिक करेंगे तो ये अक्सर ये प्रॉब्लम आएगी, आगे कुछ नहीं, तो आप इस पे जाके ये कर देंगे रन एनीवे. और कई बार आपका लैपटॉप एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मोड में नहीं होगा तो इंस्टॉल ही नहीं होगा. बहुत बार कहेंगे आगे इंस्टॉल नहीं हो रहा, तो आपका कंप्यूटर या लैपटॉप जो भी वो एडमिन मोड में ओपन होना चाहिए. ठीक है, ये ओपन हो गया आपका इंस्टा डॉक. अब इसमें एक टूल में जाने के बाद एक ऑप्शन होता है इसमें, सॉरी हेल्प में जाने के बाद ये जरूर कर लें ओपन बेबल. ये एक बार करना पड़ता है, एक बार आपके कंप्यूटर में हो गया तो उसके बाद उसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. ये सारा लिखा हुआ है इसके मैनुअल पे, आप इसकी साइट पे जाएंगे तो आपको हर चीज मिल जाएगा. ठीक है, अब आपका सॉफ्टवेयर रेडी है. आप सिंपली इस फोल्डर में जो भी चीज रखेंगे वो ऑटोमेटिकली इसको डॉक कर देगा. अब आपने इसको स्टार्ट क्लिक कर दिया. ये पहला लिगेंड कर रहा है, आपको दिखा रहा है 1/2. आप 100 रखेंगे तो 1/100 स्टेप बाय स्टेप सारे लिगेंड को डॉक कर देगा. ये इसमें दिखा रहा है कहाँ पे पहुंचा है आपका टास्क. आपको शायद नजर नहीं आ रहा, ये अभी हाफ में है तो कंप्लीट हो गया. इतना करने में कोई दिक्कत किसी को भी? अब आप देखें इसकी ये रिजल्ट फाइल बन के आ गई ऑटोमेटिकली. यहाँ पे रिजल्ट फोल्डर नहीं था ना पहले, ये ऑटोमेटिकली रिजल्ट फोल्डर आपको बना देगा. ये आपका एफिनिटी रिजल्ट बना देगा. आपका कंफर्मेशन मतलब 1 फर्स्ट कंपाउंड के लिए बाइंडिंग एनर्जी है -8, सेकेंड कंपाउंड के लिए है बाइंडिंग एनर्जी -7.1. ये साथ साथ पीके इनहिबिशन कांस्टेंट भी कैलकुलेट करता है. ये आपका इनहिबिशन कांस्टेंट कैलकुलेट कर दिया. तो ये 2 इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर आपको यहाँ से मिल गए. अब आपको देखना है जो मैंने राइटअप की बात की थी, ये देखिए आप इसमें राइटअप आ गया वर्ड फाइल में, मटेरियल मेथड आ गया. ऑफ कोर्स फ्लैग का इशू है तो आप इसको रीराइट करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन आपको ये पता चल गया कैसे मेथड को लिखेंगे और इसके बाद इसका रिजल्ट कैसे लिखेंगे. ये सारी चीजें आप ये देखिए, कंपाउंड कन्फर्मर दिस एंड दिस वेयर subjected to docking analysis, they presented to binding with a value this, एक basic आपको राइट अप मिल गया, ठीक है। रेफरेंस भी डाल के दे दिया और ऑलरेडी रेफरेंस जो है एंड नोट में सिंक्रोनाइज है, आप पेस्ट करेंगे ऑटोमेटिकली आपके वर्ड फाइल में ये पॉपअप हो जाएगा। उसके बाद ये आउट फाइल है, हमने बताया था कि जब हम इसे रन करते हैं तो वी आर गेटिंग 8 कंफर्मेशन, ठीक है, 8 टॉप कंफर्मेशन देते हैं, तो ये टोटल 16 होगा, एक कंपाउंड के लिए 8 होगा, दूसरे कंपाउंड के लिए 8 होगा। तो आपकी जो कंफर्मेशन यूज हुई है वो कंफर्मेशन यहाँ से देख के आप उस फाइल को लेके आप जो है कोई भी विजुअलाइजेशन टूल में जाके आप इसको देख सकते हो, ठीक है। उसके बाद यहाँ पे ये लॉग फाइल दे देता है आपको, जो 8 कंफर्मेशन की बात कर रहे थे, हर कंफर्मेशन, ये 9 हमने लिया है, बल्कि 9 कंफर्मेशन की एनर्जी है सबकी, सबका आरएमएसडी दिया हुआ है, कौन सा पोज आपका लेना है वहां से आप स्ट्रक्चर ले, तो एवरीथिंग डॉकिंग में यही रिजल्ट आता है, कभी भी आप डॉकिंग करोगे तो अब आप ये बताओ, कैन यू एवरीबडी विल एबल टू डू इट और नॉट? अगर सभी लोग नहीं कर पाते हैं तो ये मेरे लेक्चर का वैल्यू 0 है, कर लेंगे ना? एंड नाउ यू कम अप विथ अ कंक्लूजन दैट एनीबडी कैन डू इट, ओके, या which one? This one, RMSD. RMSD is actually saying the root mean square deviation. For example, this I am having like this, okay, now we can take in infinite way, okay, so if we deviate from this to this, how much changes are there? So it is actually showing the XYZ coordination, x minus xi minus xj का whole square plus yi minus yj का whole square plus zi minus j का whole square का रूट। एवरी कोऑर्डिनेट में अगर शिफ्टिंग के बाद कितना स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस आ रहे हैं उसको बताता है। तो जो बेस्ट होता है उसको हम 0 लेके चलते हैं, क्योंकि सेम टू सेम 0 ही होगा, और उसके बाद फिर वो आगे अपर बाउंड लिमिट एंड लोअर बाउंड लिमिट। No, we given the limit that how much they can change themselves. It is, these are the computational parameter we have to define. So I think this is sufficient to you. Visualization part is actually from the visualization tool. You can install PyMol and you can see the structure. Take the PDB log file from here and then you can see. Yeah. No, I told you since beginning, every software have their own advantage and disadvantage. Okay. And they have the different algorithm, but all software are correct. Depending upon the availability. For example, you are going to purchase a gold cost about 5 lakhs. And now it's the bigger version, maybe 10 lakhs. So most of the time institute is not available, not funding. Then you can go, even Autodoc Vina is now freely, earlier it was paid. Okay. So depending upon that, which software you have, go for the other, like the Schrodinger, it cost about 20 lakhs. Then BioVia, it also costs about 25 lakhs. So depending upon the what kind of software you are using, of course, they have more advanced feature, but your purpose is at least solved here in free. Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Hassan, for this excellent start to this training program. Will you all agree with this? So I would like to give a small token of remembrance from my side, from Jami Hamdard's side. So I am a very short of time now. So all the participants are requested to move to the scholar house immediately, and Mumtaz and Shaluk will take it. Please. We have only half an hour for lunch break, and then we will reassemble for the second lecture. We have to go to the department.
a little faster.